So, hello, peoples. I've just been on doing Mediumship Monday, and I'm now I've returned to do Cancer in the fourth house. So, welcome if you're new. These usually go for a couple of hours at least, and tonight it probably will. Thank you, Lexi. Hello, welcome. And I usually say, "How are you?" But well, how are you? I don't think you were you there for the duration of all of that one, or did you popped off and you came back, didn't you? I can't see myself. Maybe you're in the shadows, people out there, because it's a black screen. There we go. Here I am. So, no, I just finished making dinner. Ah, right. Okay, so it's a bit risky for me to keep using this mic. I wonder if I still should. While you're here, right? For you and anyone else that's going to chat, like Hermit Moji, loads of people will be. I mean, look, if I didn't have to do these messages, that's what I'm like on a Cancer moon. That's how I will be tomorrow. Is tomorrow still Cancer moon, actually? But that's how I make peace with it. And anyway, I'm having a month off from doing these high intensity ones. Yeah, it's like tomorrow is like, I'll be good for nothing. Like I said, I've got to answer the door at the guy to fix the buzzer, and that's about it. But it's like, and I'll probably drag my ass for a walk at some point, and I Cancer moon I often don't, but I've been in too much. But yeah, it's the full last of Cancer moon tomorrow. And then it's Leo moon from like 6 in the morning UK time. Well, just after that on Wednesday morning. Yeah. So that's what I mean. If you can, where possible, people, make sure you get some good rest in tomorrow. If you're working, then, at least maybe don't do so much when you get in. Maybe, hold off the housework, get some extra rest, because these solar flares are nuts. But anyway, what I was going to say is just housekeeping. Lexi, if you're going to be here, can you please put tons of like microphone emojis if the mic dies, because I think that's what always that's what will get my oh my god, a microphone flashed up in the telly when I said that, but that's what will grab my attention, because I don't think it'll last, and I just need to switch the other one. I actually won't be using that mic. Actually, when the mic dies, I'll just take the mic out because I'll need to put the charger in. Thank you. But yes, so just if for basically, if you're brand new, this isn't just for Cancer in the fourth house. And what I just done there actually is, you'll notice I didn't put Cancer or the fourth house in the title, because I'm going to experiment that with, I don't know, maybe for the rest of the ones that I've got to do, I'm going to experiment, because I really do feel that when I put Cancer in the title, some people could have a bit of a barrier to even watching it, because they're like, oh, I'm not Cancer anything. Even though I say all the time, you've all got Cancer somewhere and you've all got a fourth house. Like, even if you've got an empty, house in Cancer, you've still got that energy in your chart. It matters. Like, I could describe what that energy is about, and you'd be like, oh my God, that's me, because it matters. Um, so, yeah, I'm just experimenting a little bit there. So, right now, Wonderball's on. So that's going to be important, because after all, you're my Wonderwall. Said maybe you're going to be the one that saves me. This is a problem I always have, is it saves me or changes me. I don't know, whatever it is. But I remember that was a while ago. I channeled that one in a live stream. So that's coming in. But the song that was just finishing before that was, oh my God, I forgot. Fuck. Oh no, it was Angels. Robbie Williams' Angels. So that could be significant too. So there's a whole flock of angels helping you with whatever you're needing help with. And again, remember, with angels, you need to ask for their help, because that's why this deck is called Ask the Angels, because they can't intervene unless you give them permission. Same with the loved ones of spirit. You've got to ask for help and then be open to how it comes in. What else? Oh, that was it. Yeah, that's why it's important. So, because I've just went from finishing, bless you, excuse me, clearing energy, Mediumship Monday. While I was having a pee, I was singing, I hear you secret siren, but I'm blocking out your call. And I was like, oh, because, right? And it's quite funny, because in that Healing Waters deck, I'm sure there is a card that's called Sirens or something. And it's meant to be a good card. It's actually meant to be a good card in another mermaid deck, which is really fucking annoying. That's one of my newer ones. I don't know where that is. It's got to be kicking about somewhere pretty close, but I might, if I'm meant to get it, I'll see it. I'll see it kicking about. But um, either way, I always instantly think bad with siren. Siren is never a good thing to me. So I know that siren can be described in a good way, but that's just the way that my guides work, right? So when I'm hearing, I hear you secret siren bird and blocking out your call, there's a lot in that because my first go-to is somebody is like blocking out a karmic energy that could literally be calling them, right? Or like turning off or texting them, like somebody's, being pestered by a karmic energy that somebody doesn't want to talk to. So that can be following on from what I've tuned out. Like, people that have caught the feels that, people don't want more to do with or something. Or maybe it could even be that you've been in a relationship, but you don't want to be in the relationship but now and they're not getting the messages, Could be however it is. But I think it might be quite funny to use that deck where it has got that no strings card because that's kind of vibe. But then if you think about that song, she actually doesn't know at that point that that is her. I hear you secret siren, but I'm blocking out your call. So if we take it that that is the masculine, and the masculine is looking at the feminine like they're some kind of bad thing, like a siren luring them in, with your beauty actually, because the card is you're beautiful. That's got another spin in it. That's interesting. I'll tell you why I've put that in the title. Um, but remember, that's not right because what that song's about is it's not a siren, it's the other aspect of herself, it's her shadow. So that is so deep. So either this is about you and your relationship with yourself, healing the wounded aspect, the wounded feminine in yourself as a woman, or if you're a man, healing your feelings and healing the wounded energy that you've got around feelings and receiving love from other wounded feminines around you. A lot of the time it's going to be family, but it can be you've attracted. It's probably going to originate from family. For I'm not going to say everyone, but for most people, that's who it's going to originate from. But it can be like, and remember, I always stress this: wounded feminine energy. It isn't that like your mum was horrible to you, and although it can be for some, it's just some of the traits weren't that great, or they weren't good for your self care, or so it's little bits and bobs of everything, right? And also, men can have wounded feminine energy too, from being around energies like that, and then you attract other wounded feminines because that's what you're used to. Like you can't, yeah, that's what you're used to. So it makes sense that you go towards that in love, and then it's toxic. But if you believe that you deserve more than that and you take the time to go inwards to clear the stuff what's coming up, like the wounded feminine energy that you've been affected by, you'll realize that you are worthy of love. Because I'm going to read what you're saying in a minute because I pulled quite a few of these ancestral cards. So I can't hold them all up, and these don't show up good on the thing. But the wording was like, wow. So what was the order? I think it was that, and then that. Yeah. Right. So I'm not going to hold them all. The prostitute shadow, yes, indeed. And I'll go again. That would have been a good deck to actually have. So if you're wondering what that is, people, in that healing deck that Lexi's talking about, that we've got a bit of banter about, that card is called the P word, and it's about selling yourself out. It's about like being somebody that you're not to impress others, or like whether you're a man or a woman, like, and then actually just kind of like, actually, this is exhausting. I want to just be who I am, like, and see who gravitates towards me. I'm worthy just as I am. I don't need to put on a show. So I feel this is energy that the masculines are in. So it's not 21 this time, it's 20, but we have got 2010. So 2010 could be significant. It could be someone's birthday. It could be a memorable event that's yet to come, or it could be something that's happened in the past. We've also got 15. So the 15th of October, the 20th of October, the 7th of October, which is the full moon in Aries. That's your full moon. So yeah, the full moon in Aries, the hunter moon could be significant here. But yeah, so the cards say, understand your karmic lessons. So I feel whoever this is all going to make sense to, because did I start saying that? Yeah, you've all got Cancer, you've all got a fourth house. Fourth house is family, soul family, family wounds, family patterns, karmic lessons in families, ancestral healing, which I keep saying I'm foreseeing when I come back after having a bit of time off, I feel a lot of the sessions are all going to be about healing masculine, feminine, but specifically like family stuff, mother, father line. Um, it always comes up around this time of year. Trauma, feelings. And again, it's not always trauma and the dark feelings. It can be like hidden feel, like the hidden feelings somebody's held back of love for you. But again, you see how that would come from wounding. If somebody's held back their feelings for that long, it comes from some sort of feminine wounding, like not being safe to share your feelings. So, but yeah, so again, this is about, I feel this is the masculine learning the karmic lessons and the feminine learning the karmic lessons, but specifically the masculine learning the karmic lessons about the wounded feminine and transforming the wounded feminine within you, whether you are the male or female masculine. But the majority of people that tune into me are the masculine. That's all I know from what I do with sessions. So it's about how you're, whatever toxic feminine energy you've had around it, growing up, or if you've been involved with females or men and wounded feminine energy, it's about you transforming. Like, I don't want to be like that. Somebody's cold and shutting off their feelings to me and not giving me a cuddle when I'm upset. I want to go the other way. I want to be the person that gives somebody a cuddle and comforts them and tells them how much I love them. Or like what I've just finished on the other one. Also being mindful of not everybody wants a cuddle. So it's good to check, like, are you all right with me? I mean, it's not all, I mean, it really depends what we're talking about here, but it's good to tune in. It's kind of like what I just finished talking about in the last one. It's not always appropriate if someone was having all their trauma coming up and somebody starts trying to get on with them. Do you know what I mean? It's not like read the room. It's not the moment. You know what I mean? Like, I just need a cuddle. Like, whether it's a man or a woman, like, you could be this person or this could be. So it's like, you know what I mean? If somebody was, say, let's get an example, but this is probably going to be relevant. Say somebody was like sitting splurging all their stuff about how much of a painful experience they had with like a family member or something, and then like whatever gender you are, you start like, I don't know, trying it on with them. It's not, I'm laughing, but it's so funny. It's not that, and it's quite. What's funny though is Relight My Fire just came on. It's not the, it's not the time. Now, if that person was upset and then they go into that, that's a weird one too, because sometimes people are upset and crying, and then they want to move into the more, you know, that side of it. It's a bit of a judgment call, and I think that takes maybe a higher level of intuition and tapping in to be like, I don't know if that's really I don't know if that's right for that person right now. So if you're on that would be good for whoever you are, man or woman, to be like, hey, look, I'm always up for it. You know what I mean? But are you sure you want to do that right now? Because we don't need to do that. So I don't know who I'm talking to, but it's obviously somebody's needing a bit of a motherly anti-advice here or something. Because again, it's just not always relevant. And that's not just for women. That could be for men too. Like, but like I said, equally, if you're both grown adults and you're upset and then it goes to that way, I don't know. I don't know what that's. But yeah, so understanding your karmic lessons and, transforming your wounded feminine. This is definitely about, it feels mostly about if you were treated if you were treated by cold-hearted women, whoever they were in your life, and it's made you a bit cold-hearted, whether you're a woman or a man, it's about you're transmuting that and you're claiming your kingdom. So that's why I put reclaiming your kingdom marriage. Like, you are calling back the other half of your soul, your true twin flame. You're calling back your kingdom spouse, your kingdom marriage, your union. And because it's a divine union orchestrated by God, which is, it's quite funny too, because last night it was like, some of these things that go viral. You've got to be careful with some of the things that go viral. I say this when it's relevant because it's part of my purpose, but I've literally never seen this thing before, and it was like somebody that was apparently like an expert on twin flames and all that. So I started watching just 5 minutes, and I had to switch it off because what the bullshit, man. And it was like, I'm always wary of people that are like, I'm channeling the shoobity doobity woobity shubada wada blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, too many kind of like, it felt like a bit of a plant. It really did feel like a bit of a plant. That's all I'm going to say. So just be wary if anybody else has kind of seen some of this shit that I'm talking about. But anyway, you've got to know your own purpose and your own calling, and don't be fooled and pulled in by like I said, because it was quite funny when I was seeing what the person was calling it. It was literally all the stuff that I do, except I'm not fucking making a big song and dance and like doing it the way that they're doing it. So I was just kind of like, and that's not me saying. I'm not saying that in like a, you know what I mean. I'm not saying that from like a jealous, but it was cringe because it was like they've just it's more the fact that they've popped out up and nowhere, and then when I was looking back at it, they've not been around that long, and it was the kind of arrogance and the it reminds me of I'm being wary. I'm not wanting to say people's names right, but this is one that it's like it's all that kind of galactic federation bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, and I'm not saying that is bullshit across the board, but you got to be like some of it is like some of it is like it's just people like wanting to be really in their ego of their own importance. Whereas like hopefully the way that I channel I get across it, it's like right, I'm bringing through Mother Mary energy, Mary Magdalene, Jesus, Melchizedek. All these are the big ones that are tonight, and then other times it's other energies. But if you feel connected to those energies or other ones, you can connect with them too. And you don't need to go and talk like this, and I'm talking like a robot, and I'm bringing through the galactic federation. Do you know what I mean? It's like sometimes we're like, wait a minute, I'm going to switch out of this and I'm going to channel a message and I'm going to go really serious. Sometimes it's done like that and it's not always fake, but sometimes it's put the fuck on. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm channeling the whole fucking time I'm doing this, and that's how a lot of times you notice because I'm just speaking like I speak clear. You know what I mean? Uh, but when they show me stuff like that, it's for a reason. So just be aware you're not being, because I feel it was to put a bit of fear out there. It's not a coincidence I've found it on the week of equinox because it was quite, I can't remember, it was something like it was a big bold statement, like, only a certain percentage of, you know, oh, I don't know, it was something annoying anyway. But so claim your kingdom. Look, 15, it's the 15th today, but what's the 15? The 15's the devil. What does the devil do? The devil lies. So yeah, that's confirmation for me. But I didn't need any more confirmation. I feel the frequency of things, and it was like there was something was off about it. I only literally got about 3 minutes in, and I was like, I thought this was bullshit. But you know what I mean? It was kind of like, and it's because it is truly my calling, as well as it is a lot of other people, like their calling as well, is to have people in their true kingdom marriage, their true kingdom spouse, not being hoodwinked by the false gurus about twin flames or the karmic. Like actually, I'm come to think of it, the things I've seen last night and today, I've seen a lot of anger in the collective, and I've seen a lot of anger on YouTube actually. And I've not been watching those today because my nieces were here till late in the afternoon. It was just what I happened to see, got, and it's just be wary of that, just step outside the drama a little bit because we do go into Leo Moon Wednesday, Thursday. So there's going to be a lot of dramatic energy building up to that eclipse and equinox. And it's just about discern. This new moon is a second chance to be extremely discerning of what you choose to tune into in the physical and online, offline and offline. Does it resonate? And exactly what I've done. And again, because that just so happens to be, I do feel that is a plant thing that I saw. But it could even be other people that are actually doing things out of the goodness of their heart, but it just doesn't, like, again, they're just, I'm being honest, but I'm thinking of like there's people that I've tuned into years ago, and then as soon as I recognize like, oh, I can't listen to these messages anymore because like they're, and I can't think of another way to say this without, but like they're further behind than me on the journey, and they're because they were still stuck on a part of a lesson that I'd evolved past. Which doesn't mean you don't get sad and angry about things, but it was like they were still stuck in this energy, and it was weird. Like I was cheering this person on while they were at that point, and then like I said, this channel's actually going to be massive, and I still love that girl, but I don't ever. I literally, I don't think I've watched any of her stuff for like a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. But I still like, even when I spent like that girl's amazing, but it was like that's what I mean. I couldn't tune in anymore because we weren't on the same page, and then I was drawn to others. And actually, I found somebody else through that person that I really resonate with. So, you mean it's kind of like, everything has for a reason. So, people would be like that with me too. Like, I've actually, with my Libra energy, right, with my Virgo and Libra, basically, in a little bit in the 11th house and the 12th, I've brought loads of people together. And that's the weird thing. Like, I know that for a fact. There's some people that are connected as soul family that they'll still be in touch and they're not in touch with me. Like, do you mean? And it's kind of like, you can be about shit like that too. But I mean, I do bring people together and I just trust. But remember, yeah. it's part of my unique calling that I am very much like Nanny McPhee, you know, and it's because I'm always ascending and I'm always jumping to timelines. I'm helping other people jump timelines. People can't keep up. So if you can keep up, great, and I'm grateful that you're here. But a lot of people can't keep up. You know, I'm just sort of saying it's like they'll drop off. They don't understand what I'm saying anymore. But I'm used to it. I've been doing this for 10 years in public now. I'm used to it. But I'm just giving that example because like for that person I'm saying there, like I'm not watching that person because I don't like her anymore. She's a really great person. Loads of people love her and they watch it, but it's like I can't watch it because I was getting quite bored and it was just kind of, you know what I mean? And that's how some people, but it's just a falling out of resonance. So that's what I mean. It's like that's okay. It's frequency. You know what I mean? You don't need to not like the person. It's just whereas with the other specific example I gave, let's talk about sex babies just on. It's quite funny what I spoke about on the band's called Black's Magic. So that's quite interesting, Black Magic, because you know that I think that came up in the last one, Confusion Illusion. But yeah, so you know, sometimes you're not liking the frequency of somebody because something's off. Like that's why I didn't even bother watching the rest of that long video because it's just to get in your head. It was definitely planting a seed to make you doubt, worry, and fear. But what always makes me worry about that is some of you that aren't as confident about your own journey and your own truth with anything in life. That's why those people are there to, you know what I mean? So that's why I have to stand so strong in my Joan of Arc energy to be like, look, I know my truth. I've been on this journey a long time. I was put through the specific karmic lessons that I've been through that I can just stand in my truth. No matter what is going on between me and my twin flame energetically or physically or otherwise, like that is my truth. That's not going to fucking change. But notice I'm not kind of like, I don't fucking care what's going on with him. I'm still like, oh, I unconditionally love him. I respect his boundaries, you know, that kind of, you know, it's, I mean, it's debatable when you're doing this. Like I said, they might fucking hate me for what I'm doing, but I have to, you know, that's my energy. It's what I have to do with, but it's kind of like, yeah, you know, claim your own power is what I feel. But look, especially for the masculine, know you are worthy. Like you are worthy of this union. You are worthy of your kingdom spouse. You are worthy of your divine feminine. So if there's been any toxic feminine energy around you, whoever they are in your life, however many, that's the karmic lesson for you to learn. That move away from the wounded feminine energy or put the strong boundaries up and claim your union. You are worthy. Boom, drop the mic, fucking love it. You're beautiful. You're so beautiful. I want to come back home to you. You're where I belong. Sounds like a Michael Bublé song, doesn't it? Cause I'm running to you. Da, da, da. You give me love, 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 crazy love. Do you know what, right? I love that song, but that also reminds me of that other film I love. That is often the way that this happens. But the 5-year engagement. So I was mentioning marriages, engagements in the last one. I'm mentioning kingdom marriage here. But I think it's a mixed bag of this could be like, you know, marriages, engagements breaking down, marriage and engagements, unions happening. This is again, make up, shake up, break up, wake up energy, eclipse energy, destined and fated. Again, notice the repeating lessons of the 19-year thing. You know, definitely 19 years ago. If you're older, you can go even back to, you know, that's too much maths for me. But like linking back, some of you are too young that you can't even do that, but some of you will be able to. What else? Yeah, the 5-year engagement is such a brilliant film, but really what it's about is it's fucking hilarious. But what it's about is they're just such an amazing couple, and then she sabotages herself because she gets it in her head that if he eats a stale donut, we're not compatible. It's Arctic, so you need to watch it. But it was like, you know, in the end, it was fucking ridiculous. Like it was like picking at something that was already perfect. I mean, close to, you know, nothing's perfect, but close to perfect. Like they were perfect for each other. Um, so I feel in this case, she's a divine masculine in that film, and um, and he like accommodates, like he moves in that he does all this stuff to accommodate what she wants for her job. That's so funny. The song that's just come on is called Something About You, and the band is Home Again. But and I just read that thing about coming home. But you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, he's really understanding and accommodating. And then but the thing is, it's quite interesting that the card was pent up anger and resentment because he does actually end up getting very angry and very resentful. And it's funny in the film. It's meant to be funny, but it's like because he's like he's moved to accommodate. So again, there's something here about as well, especially for the divine feminines. They're just reminding me when I got up to go for a pee that I went to light the candle and I knocked over cards, and the only card in that deck, which is really annoying. I definitely need to find these like this week because these are the cards I want to use for Libra season. But this card, oh my god, this is a 15 too. Right, so there's something really significant. So this might have more relevance for those of you that live in other parts of the world where it's not late at night. Oh, because it's not even because it's not even the 15th where I live right now. It's actually the 16th. So we're in the tower energy. So it could be big shock and epiphanies. There could be good surprises, bad surprises. But for the rest of you in America and other parts of the world, it's still the 15th. Something could be very significant about today and tomorrow, is what I'm getting from that. But yeah, apologise and grudge. So again, you see, I can see how this all fits in, but it's flooding through so quickly. I'm going to stop and get the thumbnail in a minute. If you had been around wounded, toxic feminine energy, if you'd grew up where people don't apologise, they don't take accountability, they don't take personal responsibility, they just blame, 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 shame, 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 it's your fault, even if it's not your fault, all that kind of shit. Well, you know, you're going to grow up feeling a certain type of way about yourself, which is not feeling worthy, rather probably feeling worthless and, you know, very critical of yourself and all that. And even when you're working, you know, that can really come up. But you definitely would have a problem apologizing. That's the point that I'm getting here. If you didn't have that modeled to you, like you do something wrong, you apologize, you make up. You know, if you did, it's different, and you won't really get why people don't do that. And actually, I feel even some of you grew up around that, and you've worked through it, and you've healed that in yourself. Maybe you get to the point where you're like, I don't understand why people just don't like, you know, say sorry for what they're sorry for and move on. But it's not always that simple, you know. Like you know, obviously helping people this all the time, it can be very difficult for people to do that. But yeah, I do feel at some point, like this says apologizing and grudge. There's definitely been due to some type of wounded feminine energy. And remember, in a man or in a woman, that is your own feelings. So, like, you know, not being able to give that loving, courteous. I don't know what I was going to say there. Loving, nurturing, cuddling kind of. I'm sorry I said that. I didn't mean it, kind of thing. And not toxic, not kind of like being horrible to somebody and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You know what I mean? Because if it's always going on like that, you know, that's not healthy. But within reason. But you know, I do feel this is more being somebody's not been unable to apologize, and it's been a lot from this wounded feminine energy. And then randomly, I saw the sing card. So songs are very significant for whoever's going to resonate with this, or you've heard songs lately that are really speaking to you. But yeah, they're just dragging me back to the fact that whole film starts that he's proposing to her. And then the reason it's called that is because it drags on. It's a 5-year engagement because they're engaged, but they're, you know, it's never happening. And then they're going to all these other weddings and people are dying because it's getting across. It's like the time's getting on. Like someone's granny dies, someone else dies. You know what I mean? Time's getting on, and then they end up breaking up because of overthinking and self-sabotage. And then they get involved with other people. Yeah, there's actual sabotage from other people as well. Got to go. See you later. Well, have a nice night, and I will see you when you're next on. Thank you for being here for this. But yeah, possibility. So focus your attention on what could go right. When you learn to imagine the best case scenario, you get to enjoy your experience twice. I better look out for the mic. If anyone else over there can tell me when that dies, let me know. But you know what I mean? It's like focus your attention on what could go right rather than what could go wrong. You know what I mean? When you learn to imagine the best case scenario, you get to enjoy the experience twice. And if you're not good at doing that for yourself, book a session because that is, you know, obviously I'm a hypnotherapist as well as a shaman and all the other things, but I was obsessed with like creative visualization that from a very young age. That's why I was well suited to moving into all of this. So that's what we do in a shamanic journey is, you know, tell me what is your goals are and we'll clear the heavy energy and the spell work and the black magic, which is like what I always stress. Some people charge a lot, shitloads more, like double the amounts I charge for that. And but I'm doing way more than them. So, you know, I'm just sort of saying, whoever they are, there's just that's very expensive, the stuff that I do. And it changes lives basically. On top of the womb healing that I was going about, that's what's important with the Cancer being the mother energy. The amount of energy, like put it this way, right? This is anonymous, but I had thought about this last night. So if anyone's recognizing this might be you, if you've had an experience with me where you've not had your period and it comes back right after we speak, I'd love some of you to write. You're not in a, I think that if you speak into like people that are perimenopause or menopausal, that's happened. You know what I mean? Or maybe some of you where it's like, you're stressed and whatever examples, sometimes that could just happen through stress, but it's like that's happened a lot of people over the years. Um, and some people need to know that, because some people really panic and they're like, oh yeah, that's it. But there's ways that you can bring your period back and they don't tell you that. So sing it back. That's another song as well. Sing it back. But yeah. So again, I think there's something about imagining where are these words coming from? The best possible scenario where there can be apologies made and it go the way you want it to go. Some of you need to be imagining that, or I can help you do that in a session. But boss, somebody might be a boss. You might be an entrepreneur, your own boss or something, or you want to be. Because that was funny how that word just came out. Right, so still awake, just tunes back in. Right, I'm glad somebody's here because like somebody's at least talking, although there'll be other people watching because it gets boring. But can you, if the mic dies, can you put the emojis of the microphone, please? Because I do think it will. I'll keep an eye out, but it will. It's been on for a while. Right, now I'll get the thumbnail because I've not even put the bits in. Right, so, but yeah, like I said, that song is in that film. It's not the Michael Bublé one. It's another version. I quite like the version, but you gave me love, 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 crazy love. But that's somebody that wants to run back home to you because you feel like home. Like you complete me. Now it's given Jerry Maguire. But wait, you are worthy. Claim your kingdom. These don't show up, but let's just. I'm not going to read all these from the book. Well, maybe I'm meant to though. Maybe we will. I think we need to because it was. Let's just see. Oh, what are you doing there? The lights are doing a funny kind of. Looks like a Palladian transmission. The lights are doing a little line. Anyway, I'm not taking the piss out because the Palladians are actually very strong guides of mine. But you know what I'm saying? It's like that wasn't what. So anyway, it was a liar, a plant. Watch out for them, basically. Right. Okay. So it wasn't Palladians. It was like what I said. Yeah, there's other ones that are like very, very. I mean, like big, 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 and they are plants, and a lot of people can't see through them, and I just find it hilarious that some people can't. Worrying, yeah, worrying. Right, realize, realize comes to mind. So get ready for this. Has just come on. Get ready for this. So there's something about to happen. So Kuthumi, Cloak of Wisdom, you already know the answer. Trust what you know. We've just come from Mediumship Monday. If you were there, trust, trust, trust kept coming out. And now trust, trust, trust is coming out again. So, right. But anyway, we need to get into the spread for this because 18%, right. I'm going to need to catch that before the battery dies. I'll need to take the mic out soon anyway. May as well just plug the thing in now. Please don't spark back at me. Sorry, I'll just do it now because I mean, you all my energy. It probably is my. I always affect electrical things. I've done it my whole life. Have you ever heard the story? Some of the newbies haven't. Where I was flying to London to go and stay with my cousin in my dark night of soul, and I couldn't get on the plane because the electric app thing wouldn't let me on, and I had to explain to them that it was a medium, and it happens to me all the time. They actually believed me and let me on. True story. Like obviously it was because when my phone did start working, I could prove in the email, but that shows you how long ago that was because they wouldn't do that now. But it was like luckily I got people that did know that that was like a real thing, that when your energy affects things. Because every week when I used to go to uni on the train, like I went to Glasgow, every time without fail, I couldn't get through the barrier. Like they had to manually let me through. It's a real problem. Right. So I've not got any of my cards that I just don't know where they are. Like the ones that I used to use to. They're obviously somewhere, but like, you know what? Let's go with some past life energy because I feel some real Avalon codes and Avalon kind of energy kicking about. So this is to identify the divine feminine females and males, or the feminine side of the masculine, which is very interesting in what's coming up in this, because it appears to be somebody's healing their own wounded feminine energy, what you've been around. And I would say you've successfully healed it, because it's like this person wants to come back home. They've recognized where they belong. They've come out of wounded feminine energy, or you have. I feel there's somebody, I haven't been put that, I got pulled to that mediumship Monday, so I feel it's the same person. So that card says I've become one of your guides. If somebody's had a recent passing as someone in the spirit world, I feel this person has become one of your guides. I'm only saying if someone's got a recent person, because I do feel it is quite recent. Like, and to me, recent would be in the last year. We'll see how that fits in with it. Boom, boom, shake, shake the room. Boom, boom. See, there's a union. Boom, boom. This is what happened the other day. There was that song. It wasn't that song, but there was loads of songs like that. It was boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. And then it was Saturday night. I feel the air is getting. But that one's not so much. What's another one that's about that? They were all about sex. It was funny. Right. So what have we got to identify the feminine and the masculine's feminine side, whether it's in the past or past life energy, or the Merlin, alchemy, justice, and balance. Right. So it kind of fell out reverse, so it kind of flipped out. I feel it in the past. If you're this feminine energy, I feel there has been like a major injustice. Again, that doesn't really anyone out at this point, but that's what I'm getting. There's been a major injustice, and I feel you do feel very connected to Avalon, to Merlin, maybe like a Merlot or something, but I don't know what was trying to come out there, but it was like, Merlin, or like your masculine, male or female, feels very connected to the sort of Merlin lineage. But yeah, I feel like, you're an alchemist, and I feel that it's like you're holding up for some type of justice. And I feel January could be significant for some reason, because there's a 1 on that card, or the 1st of October. Right, what else have we got about the divine feminine? But remember, this can still be the masculine's feelings. So you see how that can fit for the masculines that have been transmuting some kind of toxic feminine energy around them, however many females that is. It's more about, like I said, it's more about how any of these energies around you have actually influenced your own feelings and how you act towards receiving love or giving love, or love in general, and like, it's like I said, it's, you could be on the inside quite a warm hearted person, but you're coming across quite cold hearted because that's what you were taught. And I feel you're like connected to like Merlin sort of energy, and you've got the energy to alchemize that, and I feel that's what you've done. The dream walker, dreams, the collective good illusions. Wow. So yeah, I really do feel, and remember when I say I really do feel, that's the message coming through stronger. I feel it's like, you're I feel you're being shown a lot of illusions and truth through your dreams, visions. Some of you might have like prophetic dreams like myself, or just have stuff throughout the day, daydreaming. But I feel you're being shown the truth. So you're either hearing the truth through songs, or through overhearing conversation, like, somebody else walking past in the street talking about something, and it was exactly what you're thinking about, and it was, it's connecting all the dots, because now I'm wondering where that was going to come in. Like earlier today when we woke up, like we were watching Just Add Magic, and it's on Prime. So again, if you've got kids, I would say probably like maybe like 7 and above or something. And it's not about witches, it's about cooking, and they kind of, it's spells and stuff like that. It's hard to describe, but it is it's really watchable. So, but we watched it all like about a year ago or something. Like we watched all of it, and then it was just, I was like, sometimes she'll say, do you want to watch it? And I was like, oh, do you want to put that on? So we put that on, in the specific episode we watched. It was Everything I Do It For You's just come on. So again, everything this person is doing right now for it is it's to go back, it's to go to you. Like they, you know, whoever is going to resonate with. Everything I do it for you. It's kind of self-explanatory. There's actually a card in that deck that's something like that. Everything I do it for a future. But that's what I mean. I feel this masculine group of people have been seeing their future with the feminine. The dream walker. So you're having a lot of shamanic experiences in your dreams. Or you could have actually been doing some shamanic healing or connecting with your shamanic energy. And again, if you're around here a lot, or even if you just found this now, you're connecting with shamanic energy full stop, because I'm specifically a twin flame shaman because I only help the twin flames. And again, but again, I've said that, especially for the last 3 years, that definitely the last 2 years, but the last 3 years I've been open to them opening that up a bit more. But it's always specifically predominantly going to be twin flame, like, you know, and it's to the point where it really, like, anybody that books, they're never not a twin flame. So, but I just always like to say that, because so many more people are struggling in the collective, and not everybody's twin flames, far from it. So, if you are watching and you feel like you connect to me and you feel like soul family and you feel like you are going through a spiritual awakening and you want support, then there's nothing stopping you booking a session. And then it's just, you might be the tide turning of like, oh yeah, now I'm attracting people that aren't twin flames, you know, but I'm still going to attract a lot of twin flames. So that's what I mean about, I wasn't joking when I said I'm going to end up with like 10 channels, but I'm not about to, you know, I'm not about to start that. Well, unless, I'm never say never, they might, but I think that would more be into next year. And if people want help, they just, you know, find me on here, kind of thing. But illusions, I do feel that this, like I said, this is so interesting. I do feel that, so it's coming through so quickly. I feel divine feminine, male and females. I feel you are connected to this kind of Merlin, Avalon lineage. You're an alchemist. You're here to fight injustice and, you know, regain balance within yourself, inner union within yourself, and help other people with that. Or it's about you coming into balance yourself and doing whatever your calling is, right? It's just, with the way I said that, that could be some people that do similar to me, like, you know, you do similar kind of work, you know, in your own way. But it doesn't need to be that. So just discard that bit if it's not that. But I do feel you could be somebody that really connects with dreams and collective energy and seeing through the illusions, because now that makes sense to me why they got me to say what I said in Mediumship Monday. I just touched on it a little bit, but I did happen to mention there how in 2020, when I was on a mediumship Zoom, and it was, the thing is, it was all really great mediums, and it's kind of like how come none of them are actually seeing through the veil of illusion, like I was, you know, like I was. And it is, you know, it can be very lonely when you, I mean, I don't need to, again, see what I mean, this is going into the collective trauma of people that were ostracized and, well, bullied, quite frankly, and gaslit and pushed out of families and friendship groups and workplaces for being able to see the truth. And then even worse, you're not thanked for it. You're, you know, nobody comes forward to apologize. If you've had a different experience, please enlighten me. But you're just gaslit and you're just made to feel, oh, that didn't happen. You just imagine that. Yeah, you weren't exiled from Christmases and parties and, you know, yeah. Not that a lot of people would care, actually, if you're a hermit. Speaking to me personally there. But it's kind of like, you know, I feel you do a lot of dream time work, and I feel you could really get a lot of visions in your dreams, and you're able to see through the dark truths in this world, which is not easy to be like that. And that's people with planets in the 12th house. And again, I've got my Pluto 0 degrees, key to the underworld, in the Scorpio. Do you know what I'm saying? It's about as dark as it gets, guys. That's why it's like, look, I'm a medium and a shaman. I connect with the other side and the light beings and all of this and the angels and everything. But I can also see the demons in and around people and feel them, and that's why I don't like to feed that part in my overactive imagination. So, you know, it's already, it's dark enough. I don't need to watch horror films, is basically what I'm saying. But yeah, I really do feel, you know, you get insights in your dreams for like, I do feel this is like things about your own future, but I feel you could get stuff for other people too, specifically about seeing through the illusions. So right now we're going on the masculine. Look at this, the king. So, wow, how crazy is that? Reclaiming your kingdom marriage, and now we've got the king for the to identify the masculine. So, man, authority, male sexual energy, things pertaining to the law and justice. So, again, all the people that resonate with this as a group of people, I feel you're very connected to that Avalon energy. I feel you're going to resonate when I say things like Avalon rising up in the collective. And I feel like you would be in this group of people where you're having past life memories of you and your twin flame in a past life, and you connect with energies of Avalon and Merlon and why do I keep saying Merlon? That's so weird. Like, all these kind of energies. Or you connect with being like an Avalonian high priestess, or like a high priest, or I now feel that's actually why, with the these lights behind me, like I'd explained another one, like the Melchizedek energy coming through strong, and like the blue rose, and like the sisterhood of the rose, and all that kind of rose codes, and all of that, just all of that. If that all resonates, this is just to identify you. This could be a message for you. If not, stay with the popcorn. We'll just see. But that's quite interesting because that's more kind of past lifey, and it's I love these different ones. So, um, yeah, but basically, I do feel as well this could be a group of masculine that you've been caught up with the law and some kind of justice. Because how interesting is that the feminine has balance and justice, and we've got stuff pertaining to law and justice. So let's shuffle again. So what else for the masculine to go with that? Like, but also the king. Somebody's stepping up as a king and claiming their kingdom, claiming your authority, claiming your worth, claiming your person, claiming your divine feminine. And you can only go forward. And an advert just come on for divorce made kinder. So do you know what I mean? Somebody could have had to break off some kind of karmic thing, well, a karmic marriage in that case, to move forward towards the true. So that's like basically someone that's been caught up with a false twin flame, a false soulmate, basically it's a karmic energy, whatever you want to call it. And that could be what the law's about, having to abide by the law. Although, mind you, lots of people don't, do they? But you know what I mean? It's like having to do things by the book. Feels like more like karmic law rather than, but it could be both. The lady in the mirror. That's interesting. Reflection, non-judgment. Yeah, so I feel this is really like quite shadowy, but remember the fourth house in Cancer is shadowy because it's hidden, it's lurking below. Like, I feel if you're this masculine energy, you would resonate with the lady in the mirror. And sorry, it is just going that way. If you're new, it always does, where like, I channel it like the feminine's a female, the masculine's a male. It's just easy because that's the way that is for me. But, I'm just saying that for the new people because I get fucking sick and tired of saying it myself, and I get sick and tired of hearing other people say it as well, to be honest, but whatever. It's like, it's, just change it all about how you resonate with it. But but this one even more so because it's about a king and now it's a lady in the mirror. Like, a king is rising, knowing their worth, but coming through a lot of love because they're pulling me, I love you up there. And it's like, but if you're the feminine female, this person can't escape you in the mirror. I feel they're seeing you in their dreams. When they look in the mirror, even if you don't look at each other to look at, there's something in your eyes because twin flames, it's all about the eyes. Even if you've got different eye color, that's very common, all this kind of stuff. It's like there's something looking back at them. They can't escape their shadow, you know. And it's, basically you've both got yin yang energy in you. So whether you want to see it as they're in the shadow or you're in the shadow and you can't escape the light, it's your, sun, moon energy. How funny as well this, the eclipse and the balance of the light and dark with the equinox. If I mix up equinox and eclipse, I'm probably going to do it at some point. Just I'm going to do it. I'm just warning us now. Whitney Houston's just came on. It's not right, but it's okay. I'm gonna make it anyway. Pack your bags. Something, something, something. Don't you dare come running. Yeah, yeah. So, you know what I mean? Someday I feel a king is closing the door on a karmic cycle, karmic lesson. So, whether it's a karmic marriage or a karmic relationship or a karmic cycle of things that aren't serious. It'll be different for different people. It's closing the door on something karmic energy. They, they led me the right cards. Look what I just cut it at. Someone's closing the door on the Shadow Queen. But in this case, and again, I'm one for saying, like, look, the shadow is not always bad. Once you heal your shadow, you better fucking believe you got to use it sometimes, right? And with that last full moon, it was exactly conjunct my Black Moon Lilith. I'm more in that energy than ever, but not in the toxic energy of it, the healed, empowered energy. That's what I'm here to get people to, where you need to stand up for yourself and have a bit of something about you. You know what I mean? I've always been about that, but even more so, I feel with that, don't be you hiding and cowering away in the shadows when you haven't done anything wrong, and then people are, you know, projecting things onto you and whisper all the things in the shadows, usually through jealousy, envy, insecurity, whoever it is, all of that, the hidden stuff. But in this case, I do feel the Shadow Queen is the karmic energy. Because look, she's got her hood up, she's all dressed in black, and she's covered, her eyes are covered. This person was not showing who they really were until it was shown. And the weird thing is, because it's the eclipse and the equinox week, this could be real time. So either this person's mask has slipped recently or is gonna. Acquiring knowledge, insecure. Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Look what I just said about insecurity. So there could be some, karmic females that have like lied on divine feminines females and projected their own insecurities, and so whatever they're doing have like claimed the feminine's doing, and the masculine. Yeah, I feel distortion. But look, insecurity, manipulation, and also it's the 16 on the card. It's the 16th as I'm channeling this. It'll definitely be the 16th as most people are watching it, because it's, but it really doesn't matter. But in this case, it's kind of weird. Timing does matter in this one for some reason. I don't know why. Everything's timeless, but there's a lot of indications that this is like, to do with this week. Yeah. So from someone's insecurity and manipulative energy, that basically that's a group of karmic females. So karmic romantic females, but I do feel this could be karmic, like friends and family too. Maybe even more than one, have manipulated somebody, known the person's insecurities, played on it, made them feel worthless, and also been spying on you because it's got acquiring knowledge. But this is the story of how a king overcomes that. How interesting is that? A king was with a shadow queen, an unhealed shadow queen, someone that comes from jealousy, envy, insecurity, bitterness, darkness, evil in some cases, but like nasty. This would be like a Queen of Swords in the reverse, like a nasty fucker, or a Queen of Wands in the reverse. Somebody that, this is not nice energy, basically. The Fire Fairy, creative action, optimism, but they don't want me going about that too much, although it'll come up again at some point. This person is feeling very optimistic, or they soon will be, and wants to take creative action. It feels like, Ace of Wands kind of energy. The 30th of September is going to be significant. That feels significant. The song "Can We Talk?" This is one of these moments where I need to. Where's the fucking? The song is called "Can We Talk?" I'm ready. That is so funny. Where's the remote? That is hilarious. Can we talk? I'm ready. Can we talk? I'm ready. That's so funny. I'm just doing this for when people don't believe me. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't make that shit up. So somebody's ready to talk, they're ready. And if the rest of the story matches up, please tell me, because it's like, I'm just putting out the messages, but that's pretty funny. So, but as you can see, that's a lot of stuff. Oh my God, right. So the battery's just come up saying your Mac will sleep soon unless it's plugged into a power outlet. That's always my sign for somebody's unplugging from the matrix, even though I'm putting the plug in. But this is not me, but look what I've just cut it on, the cow. Do you know, do you know what I'm saying? Like the cow. Nourishment, abundance, asking, receiving. I think that might be channeling some energies that are coming through, like, with some choice names for people. But that's what sprang to mind there. But we'll put that away. So I'm going to now just take the mic off and plug it in before it dies. That would make sense. So I won't be as clear. I'm sorry, but I will. But again, I say that I'm saying that totally dramatically. Like the sound is still fine because it is a good laptop. You know what I mean? And it's I've had it a few years now too. But it's like the inbuilt mic's fine. I used it for ages. Like the first few years of doing these consistent lives, I didn't have a microphone. I've only had the microphone the last year or something. But now that I've got, see, that's a message too. I've only had one that, but now I don't want to go back. Like you know what I mean. I always use it because it's so annoying. Like honestly, some of the messages that I channeled out over the past 4 years, especially, but there's some further back, but 4 years especially at Christmas because that is when I really full on was just like, look, I'm a twin flame, been a twin flame teacher this whole time, you know. Um, but the sound is shit, honestly. But I mean, you can just turn the volume up. But some of those messages are go. Some of them are similar to what's coming out now. So because I see way, I'm a seer. So like I see, but I really do see very like I see things way before a lot of people. And the problem is a lot of the codes and the messages I give, like I actually give them out on here, and then I literally see other massive channels putting the message out months after I got it. But because we're such a tiny channel, it's only some of you're going to notice if you follow me for years. Like Claire was putting that out ages ago. And I'm not just talking about the generic things, that there's always a continuous cycle of bullshit on this journey. But I mean, like really specific ones. Um, and like I said, most of that's going to be just the fact that it's they're picking up on the energy after me. Some of it might not be, but most of it is just going to be that. So again, I feel with me going into that energy just slightly, there could be a bit of copycat energy there too, where you're genuine, but you might not be as big a channel if you do actually have social media. But there could be more people keeping an eye on you than what you think, and then who's to stop anybody putting out stuff in their private things and you don't know, or in public too. Some because that's actually what I caught somebody doing earlier was like something like that. I just watched a tiny bit. I had to come out. It was just I just basically I would say I got pulled into the drama or something. I was like, oh, I'm coming off of this because it was just too. It was too. Yeah, it's the energy. It's just people getting riled up with the energy. So just this is all warning. So I'm going to unplug this. So you're not going to hear me for a minute. So I think you can hear me now, but right. Can you hear me? Can people hear me? Can you hear me? The mic isn't on, but I just like singing and talking into the mic. Right, I'll unpause Can We Talk? Ah, because I paused it on Can We Talk, I'm ready. I think they're trying to say as well, this talk's been long overdue, like it's been on pause. Or that can be like what I was channeling on the last live stream that Twin Flames just pick up where you left. It could have been fucking years, and this person's just like, right, I'm ready. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, um, right. I might need to check myself because I'm aware that Beck might have fallen asleep. I hope not, because it's going to be a really boring one if there's nobody talking to me, but that's fine. But maybe it needs to be that. Sometimes. Right. I might need to check myself because I'm aware. Yeah. So I was checking the sound. Right, I don't think that we're going to need to put this in but I'm going to just in case. You're Alice, alive. I was like, who's Alice? Alice might be relevant here. Alive. Still awake, just tuned back. Oh no, I read that bit. No, that's all right. Don't be sorry. Just go to sleep. You know what I mean? I put people to sleep all the time. You can always catch up where you fell asleep, so don't try to keep yourself awake for me. Honestly, it's uh let's see. I just need to take some of these emojis out. Yeah, I don't think I'm taking the 30, but I can't. There's no way. Even if I'm not doing a 30-minute reading for some. No, it's not that nobody ever books that. Sometimes people do, but I'm not. I've not got energy for that. So I'm putting in the link. So the link there is if people want a 15-minute personal, and it's on here for anyone that's new. I just do it on here. I do obviously private sessions, but this is all right. Well, I'll keep you company if you're struggling to sleep. Um, it's just it's like I said, it's a human resonance. You know what I mean? People are feeling it. Yeah. There's the 15-minute option, or you can just donate anything, or you can use the £10 option as well through Ko-fi, which just is takes you to PayPal, and or you can use the inbuilt YouTube button. But yes, that's only if anybody wants to. Don't feel any pressure. And what can the goal be? This is always the dilemma. I tell you what we'll do today. I'm going to do a different one because there's nobody here really. There's not that many people. What time is it? How long have I been on here already? We've barely even got started. I'll put 2 hours. I don't. Well, I probably will be here 2 hours. Let's face it. Right. If we get there, I'm already in the generous flow because I do free cards once a month on the Leo Moon, and that's what I'll be doing on Wednesday. But if one person donates, all the people that are on the chat, but I mean, there's nobody here. But that means if more people do come or they say hi because I said that, then I'll honour it. But yeah, if somebody donates a fiver, then everyone can get a card, right? Um, because when I do mediumship Monday, if I was picking up on somebody anyway, I would do that. So, or obviously it means you get a card if you're the one that if you're the look. See, somebody said hi. Like more. It'd be funny if loads of people start saying hi now. Hello, Crystal. How are you doing? Are you new, or are you? I feel like I might have seen your name before. Um, a fellow Crystal, although I am not Crystal. I am Claire. As I say in my intro, hi, I'm Claire, not Crystal. And then somebody said to me once that'd been here for ages, I think you can stop saying that. I think we know. But I was like, no, but like they were being funny, but I was like, no, I have to because people, it's like anyone that does an intro, there's always going to be new people. And I just need to eliminate the before they say, oh, hi, Crystal. And I'm like, my name's not Crystal. Right. So I want at some point when we get to that bit, I'm going to read these, so I'll put them there. But right, we better crack up. No, I'm subscribed. So, but do you mean that you just have you been subscribed for a while, or have you just subscribed? You're dyeing your hair. We'll have fun dyeing your hair. I need to dye my hair badly. I was just trying to work out when I dyed it the week before I went out, and I went out on the 22nd. So, right enough. That's why it's need to dye because I honestly I need to dye it like it's fucking terrible every 4 weeks, man. But I mean I don't need to. I can just I'm just getting fed up of it, man. But I want to. Do you know what I mean? But I do need to too, or it would be great. But I'm not embracing it yet. Is the point, right? Let's move on. So, in the past, so this is for the divine feminine and the masculine. So, if all that Avalonian kind of past life, someone's claiming back their power, claiming their kingdom spouse, feels like somebody took a wrong turn into Shadowville, dark Shadowville, with a shadow queen, a manipulative, toxic. I mean, the card said manipulation and insecurity. So that would be somebody that's like very insecure about every move that the masculine makes. you know, toxic, controlling. So it could be like a group of men that have ended up in toxic, controlling romantic dynamics, however serious, because you've been around, maybe you've had like a controlling parent or something. Doesn't, it's not always that way, but it can go that way. Let's see. And I'm only homing in on the men because the eight came out, so that's the way I'm going to carry on for the rest of this. So, and like I said, with this whole "can we talk?" I'm ready being on pause. That's relevant because I'm now unpausing it. I'll just let that play and then let's see what songs come on. So, what have we got? So, what happened in the past then? And this is from the masculine perspective. So, I usually do the feminine and then the masculine, but what happened in the past? I feel deeply connected to you, but I won't admit it. Right. So in the past, this person felt deeply connected to you. They knew you were twin flames. They felt you had a soul connection. Or if they didn't know you were oh, hello. Thank you very much for that, Beck. So Beck gets a card, and because Beck done that, everybody gets a card. Everybody being just now, I can only see Crystal and Beck. So, but see, that's what I mean. I'll do fun stuff like that spontaneously when I feel like it. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Um, and so I'll just ask you now, but you'll need to wait till the end. So Beck, you'll definitely get a card. Crystal, would you like a card? And anybody else that says hi, I'll pull you a card. But it will just be quick ones, right? Because otherwise it'll take forever to do this. So look, look, I've never had that before. Goal achieved. See the goal? That's great. Look, that's fun. That is fun. You can then start another goal, but we'll just leave it at that. We don't want to be, you know. But as an analogy, once you have achieved the goal, keep setting goals. But I'm not going to put another one just now. Right. So I'm still trying to find a place for myself in the world. Right. So that's really clear to me. Right. In the past, this masculine group of people. So remember, I'm saying I'm more feeling male energy, right? But this can be you if you're a woman too, in the masculine energy. So just keep in mind, um, well, how do I say it then? Will I say you? I'm going to say you. I'm going to talk to the masculine. You didn't really know yourself, therefore you couldn't pick your twin flame. You couldn't pick your divine feminine because you were still trying to find your place in the world. And I feel going back to the wounded feminine card at the start, there's something really strongly coming in there about you'd had a lot of people around you that were telling you who you are and how to be, which we've now already seen, like, because that was to identify who this is about, this person's in king energy, knowing who their kingdom spouse is, knowing who their divine feminine is. So there, whatever has went on here, this person's breaking free or broken free of a feels like a family curse, really, like a generational curse, like a toxic pattern. Especially where people didn't talk about their feelings because that song's ending, Can We Talk? Like, so if people kind of avoided talking about feelings, that's what this person's been. So this could be a group of men that have been like seeking help from someone like myself, like they could have been getting counseling or, watching people on YouTube that are emotionally intelligent, whether they're like a counselor or not, or a healer. There's loads of just really talented people that read tarot and that are healer. You know what I mean? That are very comforting and soothing to watch and stuff. So, however it is, this person's got in touch with their own feminine energy and healed that wounded feminine energy. So, well done, you. And then any dream will do. It's just come on. A flash of light. My golden cloak went out of sight. But I feel that flash of light is like, I suddenly know I've awakened. It's like that song I shared at the weekend, Clarity. You know, Oh no, now I'm singing another one. Oh, suddenly I'm in love with a stranger. I can't believe she's mine. Suddenly I look at you with fresh eyes. That's called Fresh Eyes. I think that's Andy Grammer or something. I think it is him. But if it's not, it's called Fresh Eyes. Somebody's looking at you with fresh eyes. You've been unveiled to somebody if you're the feminine. They were looking at you with distorted vision because they were around distorted female energy. I feel this is a group of men that like everywhere they look was, not everyone, but quite a lot of people. Because remember, that's not always like somebody's like a really horrible person. It's just like how when women's go to is like to manipulate, you know what I mean? Or turn on the tears or but whoever the Shadow Queen is, that does feel quite dark. Whether that is like a romantic partner or a mum or that energy could be turning up in a few people. Friends, it feels just like a toxic. I wouldn't be surprised if karmic friends come out. It just feels like, you know, the it was normalized, this bitchy, gossipy, nasty behavior. Yeah. And that's why, look, I still feel deeply connected to you, but I won't admit it. So this is masculine males that have like had strong feelings, but not felt safe enough to express them because it wasn't safe enough to express your feelings anywhere else in life. So it's like, why is it going to be any different, even if it's the divine feminine? But there must have been flashes for this person or you to have felt safe enough at some points. Um, but yeah, but that's what that was the problem in the past because that's what I was asking about. So it's not a problem now, and if it is a problem now, um, well, you'll know. But if you're on here and it resonates, that's the kind of stuff I help people with. So because it's past, present, future. Although I'm saying, oh, this was in the past and this is now, it will still be some people's past. Present. So what was? Tell me what was like a block in the past for. Oh, wait a minute. How fucking on point is this? Now remember when I say that, that's not me, it's God and the guide speaking through me. That is basically what I've just channeled, and so is that. Insecurity is being guarded. You're lonely because you're so aloof. Trust others and let them into your heart. Insecurities, work on building your confidence and feeling safe in your relationship. So before we're going on to the feminine here, but this can also be the masculine and the feminine, like somebody's, you know, again, sorry that word coming up again, but it's like somebody's had like, you know, insecurities around like being good enough and feeling confident enough. And so they've been guarded. And then the way that this person's been guarded, or you if this is resonating, that you've just like you've been very cold and aloof, and because that's wounded feminine energy, and you've not shown any type of feelings. And you've just stayed away. So this would be people that ghost. Um, but you're lonely because you're so aloof. Trust others and let them into your heart. So again, it's like you've went too guarded and you've self-sabotaged and will actually sticking with what come out to that's people that have actually attracted in a karmic energy and been manipulated by someone at some point. Um, because that was normal. That you couldn't see through that person because that's the kind of people you've got around you. Right, okay, so what have we got for the feminine now? But that could still make sense for the feminine. Too passive, but it's in reverse. Take initiative to meet someone and keep the passion ignited. So I feel, and because it's in reverse, I feel in the past, if you're the feminine energy, you could have been too passive. Like you might have like held your, you know, you really liked somebody and you were too guarded and you didn't show them that you liked them. But then at some point you took initiative to let the person know that you do like them. So say you were like hooking up with somebody and you've caught the feels and you tell them, you know what I mean? In whatever way you tell them. And again, I've told my story plenty of times. It was a fucking disaster. But anyway, at least I've it's all part of my story. But you know, the point is that that was actually me. Like I was not be like I can as a counselor, I could say I wasn't being congruent because I did really like him, but I wasn't cold, but I was like acting like a guy. Like, do you know what I mean? I was like, oh, this is just a one night thing. Yeah, one night thing that we fucking carried on for years, but you don't care about me. I don't care about you. We just really fancy each other. But that's kind of like that. But I mean, that makes it sound like it wasn't like, you know, we were nice to each other. Do you know what I mean? But we were more like it just worked. I can't really explain it. It's like, but we didn't get involved with each other's lives. Like, you know, what I mean, we weren't like, oh yeah, how you doing, bestie? Like texting each other back and forth. We weren't chatting on the phone and that. Do you know what I mean? It was hard to describe. But anyway, moving on. So I feel you did take initiative you know, to make your feelings known, but then I think it's been met with coldness because this person's like, whoa, what's the catch here? Like, you know, because again, the way the real masculines look at their feminine is that you're a wish fulfillment. But if somebody's telling themselves they're not good enough and they're around all these other people telling them they're not good enough, they're going to think it's a trick. And so, oh no, it's much safer to get with this Shadow Queen. Do you know what I'm saying? Sounds crazy, but right, let's get another one. Lone Wolf. So guess what I'll do? As a divine feminine, I'll just stay a lone wolf. That's a lot of us, obviously around here being called a wolf pack. Are you really a loner? Or are you afraid of loving someone who could hurt you? Ouchie, ouchie. So it kind of came out reverse though too. So this is what, this is coming through as a healed, and healing never stops, but healed enough divine feminine females that, and males. So remember what I said about, I'm not going to keep doing that. So, um, it just gets annoying. Like I said, I find it really annoying when I'm watching others, but I know why they're doing it. And some people do it more than what is needed. And I find it annoying when I'm listening to myself. I find it annoying I even do that. So but I'm, I kind of am polite. So it's like, but I think it's because we're in the last of Virgo season. It's fucking overkill. It's even more so. That's maybe again. But look how I'm overthinking and judging myself. This is all the shadow of Virgo, and then Mercury in Virgo too, and Venus is about to go in Virgo. They're showing you through me because that's the unique way in my channeling is this is how pernickety and perfectionist and critical we can be of ourselves and others. Um, but yeah, basically there's something with that. With we've got the masculine being really guarded, and we've got the feminine, like, oh, I'm a lone wolf, or are there? You've moved through your fears of like being in a loving union. Like I feel like at some point you have been like, yeah, it's much better to be myself because then you're going to sleep at night and you know nobody's out there cheating on you because you're on your own. You know what I mean? So it's like, nah, I'm not having somebody making a pure C word out of me. You know what I mean? And like I hear you. That was basically me talking there. But then you're like, no, but you know what? For you, I will. This is hilarious because the song that's on right now is Monica. For you, I will. So I don't know how that goes, but it's like, for you, I would. For you, I would, even though everything is telling me from past behavior that you would hurt me and pretty quickly and run off with somebody. For you, I would drop my guard to give this a go. Especially if you never gave it a go in the past. I feel that's gonna, like, if it was stopped before you even got a chance, given too much in reverse too. You're depleted because you give too much. You need to balance the give and take, but it was in reverse. So yeah, this is definitely a feminine group of females. So this is very specific, a feminine group of females. But remember, Virgo is specific. So that's why I keep saying that. Feminine group of females that you've gave too much in the past, and I feel you've given too much energy to your masculine. But the thing is they're coming in now as a king, and the king gives to the queen. The problem is this king gave to the wrong queen. So that channeled message is going to, this king gave their energy, their time, their resources, their money in most cases to the wrong queen. And we'll check with the tarot now, right? Whereas you would have been, holding space, praying, giving energy. In some cases, you might have still been like a shoulder to cry on or a, like, a best friend kind of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not everyone, but like, I could imagine some people do get into that and don't, because it's just disrespectful to yourself. Like, honestly, I'm not judging it because it's just everyone's got a different journey. But I just obviously I could never have done that. Like I can't stress enough. Like me and my twin flame, no matter who all is involved in the equation, presently in the past, we fancy each other so much it is insane. Like we're so Scorpio Pluto. It's like it just there's no way I would be allowed to be a friend in his life. Which is a shame, isn't it? But I think that's for the best because we're not designed to be just friends. There's too much energy going on there, right? And it's like, so some of you could resonate with that too. So obviously that's great if you're actually together. But it's not so great if you're not. Like you can't maintain, just all of it would be wrong anyway. Because even if we weren't twin flames, oh yeah, I used to hook up with her for fucking years on end. That's not gonna. You wouldn't want that, right? Do you know what I mean? I get it. But it's kind of like it's a bit like I said before. I'm like, oh yeah, I couldn't, like No, I'm not going to say what I've said that before, but I don't think there's any need to say that. But it was just more about like it couldn't work the other way. You know what I mean? If I was with someone else and like he had to be in my life for it wouldn't work, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like it's just too intense. Like it's like, but I can't use example either because I wouldn't do it. I haven't done it because I can't. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like I said, please don't look to me as an example of this. You know, you don't even need to listen to anything I'm saying. I'm passing on, you know, the God and the guides and loved ones of spirit, and I only know my own journey and the people that I've helped. And um, if this helps you, great. Mostly, I'm just here to get you healing yourself. And like I say all the time, these big dramatic readings, this isn't what it's like in a session. It just isn't, right? I don't know why that's my calling to do it like this, and then, but it is. It's fun too. You know, it gets boring at times too. But yeah, too soon. You get too serious too soon. Get to know each other before fully committing, right? So that's enough of those cards. But there could be roses coming in. So how weird is that? That I've specifically placed these roses, right, and said everything I've said in the other one in this. But I really do feel clear in energy. I just burped. Mary Magdalene, Jesus, you know, um, and Melchizedek and whatever other ones I channeled in there, they're all coming through very strong. And remember, the blue rose as well, right, is about um mystery, and but it can it's there's it'll come up with loads of different things, but it is often about like an unattainable love or like a mysterious love. Um, but when we're talking about blue rose, when it comes to like, um like Mary Magdalene. Well, it's again, it's that message that I channeled ages ago about like Order of the Blue Rose and Melchizedek, and it's you just know. It's like if you feel connected to the Sisterhood of the Rose and you feel connected to those energies, you would just resonate with what I'm saying, with the light codes that are coming in. So I don't always know why they get me to do stuff, but all I know is that's definitely got out because look, I'm looking at the red roses here. But I feel there's something here about don't jump into this too soon. Like, there's something about slowly get to know each other because it feels like all the people that are going to resonate with this, there's a lot of like hurt that's went on here. And remember, I do feel we're following on from the card that said apologising and holding a grudge, like it's just a lot of wounded feminine. So it'll be interesting when we get to that. I'm going to read that soon. Um, right. So, only just realised in the time I've been chilling on your lives, I trust people again. I've only just realised. Super healed. Thank you for existing. I never thought I could let people in again. Sorry, you've just I don't know if you can see, but like my eyes are like filling up with oh, so we have discovered the reason of why I wasn't to wear makeup, but I'm not really quite sure what to say about that. But that is quite possibly right up there with one of the nicest things anyone has ever said. But thank you actually first of all, I'm glad that you feel that for you. But thank you for, that is a perfect demonstration of what I mean by I could be telling the most dramatic story that doesn't resonate with people whatsoever. Although I know you often do resonate with things, Beck. But you feel the healing. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm going to pull your card in a minute because this is taking ages. I'll pull every so I'll just the people that are here, I'll pull your card. Um, that's amazing though. Honestly, I'm so glad to hear that. That is a huge honor. Virgo season feels weird. I feel a mixture of my soul pulled apart and then lightweight healing. Go with it. Go with it again, especially because like um as we move into like it's Scorpio season in particular, I'm like stay in the present moment. That's what I'm saying to myself. Don't think too far ahead. But aye, if some things haven't changed in my life and it's getting into Scorpio season and Christmas and New Year, I'm not even going there. Um, right. Um, thank you for existing. That's the bit. I mean, do you know what? I mean, like, yeah. It's comments like that why I show up, even when I'm hardly getting any views. Do you know what I mean? That is actually what I said in something earlier. I said that in a video earlier. That it's like I show up for the people that send the emails saying I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you. No, I mean nobody needs to be that dramatic, but that is things. That's quite a few people have said that to me over the years. You know what I mean? And thank God you let me know, because sometimes I'm like, is anybody fucking watching these? Do you know what I mean? But it's and they lie about the views too. Like I said, whenever anyone reads my personal energy too, like they always pick up on how it's just they, you know what I mean? A lot, but all I'm saying is a lot of people wouldn't be able to do that. You know what I mean? Like, because I know that I'm here to be delivering very important information to Twinflame specifically, and it's like, you know, for having a channel for 10 years and we're not even at 1500, that's insane. But remember, it's really like 5 years because I was too stop and starty, like my fear, you know, so it's all to do with yourself. The connection it is to do, but it's not, um, but anyway, it is what it is. So, it was like this last year, yeah, because it's the time of year. Tell me about it, that Scorpio Pluto, yes. Have you got Pluto and Scorpio too? You've used a funny font. It's come up like, so I didn't know if it said fine or hi. Hello, Casey, how are you doing? Are you new? I've not seen your name before. Would you like a card? Because you've joined at the right time for it. I might regret saying that I was going to pull people a cut. See, it's because it's 1 in the morning here. So in other places in the world, although that doesn't go for you, Beck, this will start being a good time for people. Oh, I'm fired during Scorpio and Sagittarius. Well, there you go then. I'm a little bit. I'm a little bit because it's my first house. Like it's like a rise, like the phoenix, right? Like you watch, right? The first week of November, I'll be like, boom, bitches, I'm back, and I'm in like that kind of Scorpio red and Pluto, you know, with a little bit of luck, I might have even released a bit of the weight, but I will have definitely moved through. Like I'm saying, like never mind Scorpio season. It's just I can think back to you know what all I keep thinking about is when I got really drunk at my best pal's one of my best pal's weddings a couple of years ago because I was in so much shame about just getting so drunk. Like I was, I keep stressing, right? So again, maybe this is I always think when I tell the story, it's to make somebody feel better. Um, it's obviously because I don't drink, and it was also because it was a Cancer moon. Like now, that's why I'm telling the story. When I've told this story before, I've told it. It was a Cancer moon. I don't usually tell people when I've got my period, but I can tell you because it was 2 years ago. I had literally just got my period that day. But what would you do? It's one of your best pals since you were, I was 18, she was 16 when we met. Um, and you know, you can't be like, oh sorry, I can't come, I've got my period. No, I can't come, I've got my period, it's a cancer moon. Sorry about that. I don't think that's gonna wash. Do you know what I mean? She believes in the astrology just, but I don't think she's gonna I don't think she was gonna be okay with that. So anyway, I pushed through my severe anxiety of going to weddings myself, which is one of the joys of being single for over 20 years in a twin flame. But yeah, you know, pushed all that aside, and then not to mention there was some insane synchronicities I could have done without. I'll tell the story of that one day. But anyway, the point was is, and then also, oh yes, just to boot, the song that I seem to channel quite a lot, "Just Us," James Arthur, was released that morning. So when I was trying to get up and I needed some kind of like, you know, funky house, like, yeah, let's get up and get ready and feel good about myself, that was what I was listening to in my bed with my sore stomach, which, like I've said to Beck, pretty sure I've got endometriosis too. It was like, you know, and it was just, and what's really funny about it too is it was like, certainly it was not reflective of my journey at that point. I can tell you that for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was definitely not what I could feel going on with mine at the time. But anyway, moving on. So, it sucked, right? But anyway, the point was, got really drunk, you know, I was sick, fell asleep, got sent home early like a small child. Yeah, all kind of humiliating and you know all that kind of stuff. And then I beat myself up for 3 weeks in my bed, like literally was not leaving my room other than to pee and to eat. Well, obviously do other stuff, but you know, to do the necessities and to eat. I didn't leave that. I'm not, when I say I didn't leave the house, I'm not kidding. I did not go outside. That's unhealthy, right? I was feeling so shit and I was beating myself up and I was feeling all this stuff. And obviously, like, you know, people had checked that was all right the next day. You know, a couple of people checked. But the long and short of it was, I didn't actually. like I didn't actually speak my friend until what I'd noticed at the point was this. It was the whole time the sun was in my 12th house. I was beating myself up in a really dark place, catastrophizing. And then the funniest part of the story was when when I eventually heard like, heard the bits of what I couldn't remember. I mean, some of it was like, oh God, you know what I mean? Like it's not like I was dancing on tables or that. But there it was just it's like my alter ego was like oh my God, that little sliver of the fifth house in Pisces is just, she was out. Lilith was out, and it was like just not shy. It was just, yeah, it was funny. It was funny too. Like my friend was laughing, but it was, yeah, but I wasn't the worst. I was definitely right up there, But there was other funny stories about people that were, and the thing is, like, the story wasn't that bad because I got sent home early, but. And thank God, like I always say, that never mind a good friend, that's a best friend because um aye, that would never have got any better, do you know what I mean? Vision of Love just came on when I heard it. So think about what I'm saying there too. If you've got pals around you that would keep, not kind of keep an eye on you and let you make things get worse and worse and worse. Like that was quite a change in perspective too. Because I've definitely had experiences where I would have been pissed like that and everyone found it really funny. And you wake up the next day and you feel like a fucking arsehole and you wish somebody had sent you home. Um, Whereas that's what I mean. Like, because my friend was actually worried I was going to be angry and I was like, are you fucking kidding? Like, thank God you done that. Do you know what I mean? But I'm just like so sorry. But and it just wasn't as big a deal as I had made out to be, but I beat myself up for that long. And that's what how real astrology is. When the sun is in your 12th house, you could really panic big time. Now, those of you that were born with sun in the 12th house, it's a little bit of a different experience. You'll be more used to it. But I'd imagine some of that will resonate maybe growing up in that. You might have worried more and stuff and not felt seen. And yeah, natally, people with sun in the 12th house, it doesn't really matter what you do. There's always a little element of you not feeling seen. So that's quite a thing that's strong. Actually, Beck, wait a minute. I think you've got your son in the 12th. Yeah. So see what I mean? I might. Yeah. That I don't know whether that will resonate with you, but I'm just realizing when I'm saying that. Especially if you're like in a certain field, you could feel like no matter what you do, you're not being seen for it. Because although I've not got sun in the 12th house, Pluto Pluto on the ascendant actually can predict like being really well known for something at some point. But it can also be that like, and an expertise in that area, I would say too, which I am. But you see the hidden element of it being in Scorpio is I'm only seen by a small amount of people that I'm aware of from the clients that I attract. Um, but that might not be the case at all times. So there's a bit of a similarity with that. But anyway, so whoever that's coming through for. But um but yeah, the point of me saying that is I knew that is quite a funny story and I think about it when you think about the words of that song too. Especially when you're not like it's nowhere near looking like that's the case. You're going to a wedding and you're in your 40s. That is all really depressing. Oh my God. But no, I wasn't 40 then. I was approaching 40 because I was 39, wasn't I? If it was, yeah. Anyway, so all that could be significant to some people. But the point was, it's about don't catastrophize, Like, I was afraid of finding out how bad, and then when I actually did speak, it wasn't that bad. Um, but I didn't, I mean, I knew the lesson was that it's not about the same thing. It was how bad the masculine can beat themselves up and how bad the shame can be, because I'm just talking about one night where I was saved by a phone call of my family coming to get me. But, um, some other people might not be that lucky. Like, you might have had really toxic people around you. Or not, when I say really toxic people, it'd just be other people that are having a piss and enjoying their night. You know what I mean? That are having a piss, that are getting pissed and enjoying their night and, not just basically not looking out for people, you know what I mean? And you could have a lot more stories under your belt than just what I'm telling, whether you're a woman or a man. And again, it's like, we live and we learn. And when you're around people that aren't the best of people, that's going to happen. And it could have happened two times because the song has just come on two times. Do, 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 do. Do you know what I mean? There could have been two specific times where you've made a fucking arse of yourself and you've like beat yourself up for it. Or you could have repeated the same mistake several times. So however that all fits. But for me, I've spoke about that for that long. Because again, and you see, it is very relevant because that is a trauma for me. Because it really does upset me. But all I'm going to say is I'll go into that deeper at another point further down the line. But it was like I was on a vision quest in that dark period. Or like a sweat lodge, like because I was in my room in the dark for most of the time. I basically was burnt out as well. You know what I mean? I was burnt out and I'd so God knows what I was doing for you guys. I can't remember. I think that's what I would have been doing. I would have just been getting up, putting out a wee video and then going back. But it was like not a great time. It would have been the hand videos. It definitely wasn't a face, put it that way. It often isn't though. I don't know if it'll go that way this year, but a lot of time when it gets into November, December, some years I'll be seen and other years I'll be like, fuck that. I think I'll probably still be face to face stuff. But um yeah, I came out a different person and I came out knowing a lot more of myself. And I came out being shocked that I could have shamed myself that badly for something that's really, other people, that's the thing. Think about how many other people go out and do that every weekend. They're certainly not worrying about whose ever wedding it was or party or, and it's just, so it just shows you how much some people put emphasis on, because that was the worst thing for me, is I was like, my friend's not a big, she's like far from, she's not a big party animal or anything. So it's just, which is neither here nor there, but it's just, it's the fact that you could be potentially kind of ruined the night is, that's what kind of, I was like, that is so embarrassing. But she's had plenty of experiences like where she's seen me like, but you know what I mean? But I didn't, that's the point, you know what I mean? And it's, if you feel that bad, that's a good thing that you can actually, some people don't care. That's the point. So I don't know, I feel somebody else needs, give yourself a break. Or at least find it, I don't know. I don't know how that fits for whoever, but I hope that made you feel a little bit better about yourself. Because again, it did teach me not to ever be that cruel to myself, but it taught me that if that is the level of shame that some of the divine masculines feel, I never ever want to feel that way ever again. And yeah, that is a good, that is a good reason why I know I'll be completely teetotal, not ever touch alcohol again for real at some point. Not a lot of good comes from it, you know what I mean? So I feel remember I showed recovery. I think I'm talking to people where they've maybe taken it really too far with things. That's what's cut. Two times this came up again. Like there's two. I feel there's two specific events or something where, or it's like a pattern where you're like, I can't do that anymore. Like that's just. I feel a lot of shame actually. It is very fourth house stuff. Right. Okay. So I've kind of lost. Let's let's do the quick personal cards before because I'm going into that spacey. What ones will we do? I think we'll go with these flibber ones because they've got a wee right. So like I said, I'm just going to do quick. So for Beck, oh look how relevant that is. Look at what I've just been saying. Michael Jackson, they don't care about us. They don't care about us. Just come on. So how? Oh my God! And look what I was saying. Have you got people around you that care about you that are going to take care of you if you do get in a situation like that? If you've not, why not? Love yourself enough to not have people like that around you. Mm. Let go of anxiety, lavender. Calm your nerves and you'll be able to hear the voice of your angels. So I feel there's definitely something coming through here, Beck, that like I feel that in this period where you're not able to sleep and stuff, and especially if what you're saying that you feel that you've had a lot of healing that's come through, um, and I'm grateful that you've recognised the connection. Because again, can I just say, not that's your Scorpio energy. Not a lot of people actually connect it back to watching here. So I'm really, really grateful for you noticing that. I'm probably going to clip that actually to keep it real. Like, because it's like it is true. Do you know what I mean? And loads of other people will feel it and they don't attribute it. And it's not like they need to be, you know what I mean? It's kind of a bit of things to do with karma and gratitude and that when I'm putting out stuff every single day. But again, I'm doing that because that's what my calling is and I'm here to be of service. But I'm just saying you can see that does mean a lot to me when people let me know because I've had a lot of scenarios where people will lap up all my stuff and then they'll give the credit to somebody else. That's a Pluto in the 12th house thing. Like they'll actually will put big accolades on others. And that's shit, you know what I mean? I'm used to it. Like that's why that's why if there's a bit of a guarded energy around me, well, no fucking wonder. Do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna pour out excess amount into people when that happens. But again, I've healed that enough to be like, but I'm just saying so that does mean a lot to me when people are grateful, basically. Um yeah, I feel in the moments of stillness when you can't sleep in that, when you're not listening to crazy ladies on YouTube. Crazy in a good way. It's like they want you to really just, tune into what is coming through from your guides or your connection with your twin. I know that you might not be in the mood for that, but yeah, because there's a strong past life connection. Look at what I was saying. This is a big past life energy, so I wonder what bits you're going to resonate with this. Forget Me Not as well, which reminds me of that Liam Lewis Capaldi song, where he's singing about, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather you hate me than you forget me. So that could be a direct message from your guy. This situation has been triggered by one of your past lives. Heal the past and you bring healing into the present, which is clearly what this whole collective message is about. Because fourth house Cancer energy is the past. But again, like I said, there's a lot about healing the mother line and the father line for people that resonate with this and your own feminine masculine energy. But yeah, can feel a strong past life connection there. So thank you very much for that donation. And thank you. Other people be grateful because you're getting a card because Beck donated. So, uh, Crystal, this is your card. Quite simply, you are healed. The healing you've prayed for is on its way. So a wee short and sweet message there, but the healing you've prayed for and it's on its way. So again, who knows? That could even be the fact that you've been led to watch here. Whether, you come here a lot or this is, your first time, it's like, if you are soul family, you will feel better having tuned in, even if this story makes absolutely no sense to you, because it's all healing. Like I say all the time, I could just come on here and sit there like that. Some people would believe it more. That's not my style. I'd rather just sit and chat to you and pull the cards and stuff, you know what I mean? And the people that are meant to feel it, feel it. I feel there's another wee card that wants to come in there for you. Unity consciousness. So I feel you're really tapping into the collective a lot and that unity consciousness. Um, you're spiritually connected to everyone through God. Use this sacred bond to heal your family, friends, and yourself. So yeah, there's just something coming through there about. Oh, this is like the message I gave to somebody in the mediumship Monday there that, and it was that if I don't know if you saw that, but if you might want to watch it back. But just generally, it was about it's someone's anniversary today. It's a person's twin flames anniversary actually today in the spirit world, and it was her best friend as well. And it was something that didn't actually get in a relationship. And but the point was that person needs to receive love for their grief rather than kind of being there for everyone else. And so there might be something there with you that you've prayed for your own healing, so you need to be open to receiving that for you. And I don't know, there's just something about family, friends, and that around it. Like, just be aware that your consciousness is expanding, and just be mindful of not letting others, like pull on your energy too much. Like, energy vampires, especially because this week that's rife for that. So how and it's self care because this new moon on Sunday is about your own healing and your own everyday ritual routine. So definitely there's something about you being focused on what you need and what you've prayed for rather than other people getting from you, which is kind of hard because again, like Virgo is the giver. Virgo is selfless service and a lot of the times, which is why, like I said, I don't judge people that do the same as me that are every day, like, which you can go the other way. Some people are like, fucking hell, they're putting out stuff left, right, and centre every day. But that just know the people that are putting out stuff every day, however much, that's part of their calling. And they've obviously got some strong Virgo going on. Um, and other people, it's like, you won't need to be that full on. So there's something there about it might be hard for you not to give to some people around you, but there's definitely something that you're meant to slow down. I just need one more actually to. Yeah, look. Now we've got financial healing, yellow lily. Your money struggles are a thing of the past. Be open to all avenues to receiving, though, the word in. and you'll be provided for in every way because that is the wounded feminine energy, and that was the main overall. I'm going to read that card and well, at some point during this, but when you're always give, give, over given, which is what the archetype of the feminine energy this whole reading was, right? It's like, well, I'm not even halfway in it, but it's like if you're always given and you're not stopping to receive the help that you've prayed for, especially if this has got anything to do with money, but it can just be receiving love, receiving anything, receiving accolades, success. It's like it's not going to come into you if you're always giving out the energy. So there's definitely something about slowing down. And if this has got anything to do with money or like, just make sure that you're like receiving where you can, and then it'll open up the avenues in loads of other areas. And there's something about needing to clear your chakras. By clearing your chakras, you open yourself up to prime wisdom. There's definitely, and I'm just piecing that together before I read what people are saying. There's something piecing together. You know, I was saying that about that, I've been in scenarios where I have been really pissed and, things haven't been went as well as that. But and then I've equally been where it's like, like I've said before, I've been in scenarios where it's like everyone's just been pissed at each other and you're just fucking glad you wake up and you're alive. I mean, it just depends. It's like kind of like those nights of the film The Hangover, do you know what I mean? But um I feel this is maybe like, there's people that are maybe take, take, take rather than sort of giving back. So I don't know, I just can feel there's something, hopefully that resonates. And if it's not currently happening or you can't connect it to a past event that you need to clear energy or trauma from, just look out for that resonating in the future because it's all past, present, future. Right, okay. And anyone else that takes the message. So, Casey, did you want a wee card? Yes, you said yes. Libra, more social, start going out. What seems like the smartest thing can be the most impactful? Yes. Wait a minute. I intimidated men who are attracted to me. It's weird, and because I'm so outgoing and unserious overall person. I do have Scorpio rising eyes though, yes, like myself. Although I feel my eyes are a little softer when I've not got the makeup on. Like my niece said, I said this earlier, but my niece, when we woke up this morning, she was like, "You're more beautiful without makeup." And then, but sometimes I'm getting a wee chip on my shoulder, and I'm like, "Yeah, but I look nice with makeup too." And she was like, "But you look more beautiful without it." I'm like, well, all right, I'm still going to wear makeup though, but thanks, Ed, do you know what I mean? But no, it is lovely. But I feel spirit is more in my eyes when I've not got more makeup. When I've not got makeup on, I just see spirit in my eyes more. Um, but makeup is fun. That is the point. But yes, Scorpio rising eyes are very piercing. Um, whatever colour they are. I don't know how you stuck it out with the twin flame. Yeah, well, it's clearly my soul's purpose. You know what I mean? Not sure about like basically there's no choice. When it's your calling, there is no choice. Not sure about my houses, but as a kid, yes, massively overlooked. So many hidden talents. I forgot I could opera sing. Oh my God, did you see that the card was sing? That must have been for you. Both me and my twin were awkward around each other both times. So yeah, it was yeah. Hear you on that one. Me and mine are awkward as tits. Which, like you said, is annoying because he's not like that around other people that I'm aware of. So, it could be in so I don't know, but yeah, we probably will be in some circumstances, but not that I was ever. But I am awkward around guys in general. Um, I don't look at them basically. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm like I can't. Yeah. Um. Right. Honestly, my brain switched off both times I was in front of him. It's so annoying. Yeah, I've had moments like that. It's horrible. Love lavender. It helps me sleep. Well, there you go. Yes, I put lavender on me every night before I go to sleep. It's comforting too because my nana used to do that. I used to hate the smell of it, but I actually find it really comforting now. It does work. I put it in my bath and I then put it on me before I go to sleep. Justice, thank you, love. All right, my Mars and Venus are in Aries. Oh wow, your Mars and your Venus are in Aries. I'm a Venus in Aries. So, do you know your degree? You don't need to know your degree if you don't, um, but your Mars and your Venus are going at it with each other. Well, that sounds wrong, but you know what I mean? That's interesting that you're. Oh, and actually, talking to Mars and Venus. So you might remember a couple of years ago, I was doing like Mars and Venus videos every day. Now, what I'm going to do is I don't think I'm going to do them every day, but I'm going to do like Mars on the so I'm going to do the Divine Masculine one tomorrow because Mars is the Tuesday, and then I'm going to do the Divine Feminine one on Friday. Um, so um. I'm gonna do that. So I just feel guided because I miss the ones with the hands because they keep popping up, all my old videos. And like I said, there's loads of amazing messages, but the mic shit. So pay attention if you feel drawn to watch any of them, anyone, because some of them are manifesting for some people. Um, yeah, it's super weird for mine to be like that at all. I can't admit, yeah, that's often the way. It's fuck knows, it's annoying, isn't it? But right, so well, I do know, but yeah. Okay, so. What have we got for Casey? And then I'll carry on with the collective. Oh, leapt out. Chakra clearing. So you've got that too. Lotus. By clearing your chakras, you open yourself up to profound wisdom. So obviously, with all those cards and the same card coming out for two people in a row, what all of us could get from this, because to tie in with somebody else's card, we're all part of, you know, well, on this channel specifically, right? We're soul family because you're here for a reason. And then especially one a wee bit more so, I would say, when you're guided to chat, because not everybody does chat. And again, I love you if you do just watch and you don't chat. Like I've said before, I do that with some people. I don't like, I've never spoken, I probably never will, but I'm very much part of the soul family, like, from my opinion. So I do get it. It's kind of funny, isn't it? Like, I do get that people feel like that about me too. Um, but it's like I said, it's with Pluto conjunct my horizon, trust me, if I was to talk, I just think it would go wrong. Someone would be a dick to me in the chat, or maybe the person themselves. So I think it's just better I just step back and enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, I just hope people don't feel like that out here because it's like, look, if you're going to be a dick, then, you know, I will not be, well, it depends. I don't, you know what I mean? I will address it because I'm not going to have that in a, when there's a lovely energy in the chat. But, yeah, some of the things I've experienced when I have chatted on people's things over the year, I'm like, fuck that. And that's when I'm just like, why would I go back? So if I was treated like that at somewhere in a physical group, I wouldn't go back. So why the fuck would I stay? You know, what I mean, it's a shame though, isn't it? Because like I said, it's like I always come with good intentions and I'm just chatty and I like, yes, optimistic. As the song Optimistic is on, like I'm just very childlike like that. But I have got I have got a Scorpio rising side, and that's when I'm like people won't feel the stinger. I'll just be like, fucking see you later. Do you know what I mean? But now I'm kind of like, with a few places that I do like, I'm not going, I wouldn't allow somebody to drive me away from somewhere that I like or that I love. But yeah, yeah, I've just had too many experiences like that. But anyway, so with me saying all of that, that'd be interesting, how all that might resonate with you, Casey, because I'm on yours. But there's just something coming through about needing to do some chakra clearing, which, like I said, I'm not kidding when I say everything that I do is clearing and healing energy. So even watching this, sitting on here for hours, it can count as a chakra clearing. If you set the intention, that you know what I mean, you can, like I said, I'm always holding prayer, I'm always holding space. So like if any, same if anyone actually has any physical aches and pains and that, like just tell me you got a headache or something, and you know what I mean, and I'll hold the intention. It's um people have spontaneous healing on here all the time. And it's bigger in sessions, you know what I mean? But it's quick too. I always keep going back to like that with Renee, that was about a month ago now. Um it was just like this, because it's not just a card. It was like, but her back was really playing up, and the pain went away pretty much instantly. And then the next day, like, so that would be like somebody doing that tomorrow. She was like, my back's, I'm healed. Do you know what I mean? Like her back wasn't sore anymore, and she felt the trauma lifting, and also her, you know, happiness levels and creativity has flourished as well. So obviously we've always got stuff moving and shifting, but it is real this. And then also when we had our one-to-one session, Renee's pain shifted a lot at her back and a lot of trauma because it's connected. So see, they're making me talk loads about the trauma in the womb because it's cancer and that's what that's about. Right, well, give me something more. Yeah, don't worry about not being able to not remember the degree of the Venus. That's I can't remember every single degree. It might seem like it. I can't remember every single degree of my different planet. I can remember quite a lot of them though. But it's just because mine's quite interesting. Like I've got like 13 is a powerful degree, and I've got a few of them, or I've got that's my Venus, and then I've got which is weird because my niece has also got the exact same degree. Like they're conjunct. So and I was totally admiring the hairdo I done in her today because you know Venus is beauty. So um and what else? And I've got loads of 0 degree ones. So, right. Kundalini Awakening, untying the knots. Luckily for everyone, one crappy person, there's at least 10. Yeah, Beck, I don't know if you've ever heard me say that, but that's what I always say. Whenever I get people leaving, which I've not had for a while, like, it's, whenever it, I'm not calling for it, but whenever, like, people unsubscribe, um, which I don't know about you, I never do that. Honestly, for me to actually unsubscribe to somebody, like I think I've actually done that in my life, like twice in the whole what 20 years YouTube's been about. I think I signed up for it. I've maybe had YouTube like 70. No, I did sign up pretty much when it came out. Maybe 70. I don't know how long I've had it, but it was when it came out. But I always just think I would rather just sort of hide the person or you just if you're not watching them, they don't show up anyway. Do you know what I mean? I just always kind of feel that's something a wee bit more intentional and maybe a bit ouch, you know what I mean? When I've actually honestly felt it. That's how much I can feel when people do that and there's something a little, they're wanting you to feel it. And then it's just whatever, you know what I mean? But it's kind of like, but what I'm saying is whenever a lot of people leave, I'm always just kind of like, for every person that leaves, there's going to be another 10 subscribers that come, like a truckload of them, and we keep it moving. Do you know what I mean? You can't be sensitive to that shit. Um, but the highest frequency and the highest potentials, this is the gift. Exactly. Love it. Yeah, that's definitely the energy I'm feeling. You're in that unity consciousness. But I just feel whatever these say, I feel now again that's quite funny because I've just realised that was actually Crystal's message, wasn't it? But I'm feeling it with you now. There's something about clearing your chakras because look, the song that's come on is something changed. Like there's definitely something a consistent message about protecting your energy. I think this is just for everyone. You'll see it. The shadow and people come up this week. Yeah. Look, this is definitely, look at this, Casey. Take time for yourself. You see how it's just basically what I'm saying to everyone. If you can, especially tomorrow, because it's Cancer Moon, and that's people could feel very tired, especially if you've not been getting to sleep with the solar flares and whatever else. You could feel very tired tomorrow, especially if you got a long day at work or whatever's going on. So it's a good day to have a rest, which again, like I said, doesn't really tie up with, Tuesday's ruled by Mars and it's a good day for doing a lot of action. I usually like to do loads of filming on a Tuesday and use the energy, but the last few weeks there's no work like that, and that's fine. And again, it is because I do, but I'd rather always try to do Mediumship Monday live than recorded. But like I said, over the winter, I think you'll find I won't be able to stick to that every Monday. Like it might be one Monday in the month or none of them, and it's nice too because when I just do it on my own, there's a different more. I'm always vulnerable, you know what I mean? That's my thing, but like protected vulnerable is what I mean. I know that my guys don't like me saying I'm not meant to say, but it's like it's a different vibe, you know what I mean? More chilled because I'm not chatting back and forwards. But I feel, Casey, there's something about you need to take time for yourself this week. Enjoy relaxation activities that nurture your soul. So, like I said, definitely take some time to do that tomorrow or today, whatever time zone you're in. But you are a wise soul. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was feeling it was kind of similar to the other message I've just given. Your soul carries ancient wisdom. Please embrace it as you have the knowledge to help those around you. And look at the two pink flowers. I'm losing my words. So somebody again, either you're getting tongue tied about something, or somebody could be getting tongue tied around you. But I feel there's a huge heart chakra awakening going on here. So it's either you're really tapping into that Christ consciousness energy, or somebody in your energy field that are you a twin flame? I mean, that might seem like a fucking stupid question to ask around here, but I just because when I'm not doing when I'm yeah. Like I said, I'm just aware that some people might be getting drawn here and they're not a twin flame. But I wouldn't, either you're feeling a huge shift in energy or your person is. But all this pink is reminding me of self-love, and that's what everyone needs to take on board this week. That's the card. That's what I'm feeling. So this is for Casey, but whoever else feels this, purify your energy. White rose. By purifying your life of negative people, places, and experiences, you attain true peace. You see how it weirdly connects back to the story that I told of don't find yourself in a situation where possible where you don't really trust the people and you're in a vulnerable place. That's why Green Tara Protection has come out twice from two different decks tonight. Protect your energy, you know what I mean? Right, so yes, leaving space for ourselves. I'm vibrant every morning, go outside and get connected. Yes, a healer, sending love. Yes, there you go. Lovely, beautiful. I feel it. Right, okay, so um right, now we'll get back to the collective stuff. So I hope that and again if anybody else is oh right, they're pulling me the inner child cards. That makes sense when it's mother in Cancer energy. If anybody else is out there, is anybody out there? If you want a card, then let me know before I come off of here. So, oh, why is that not? Why the fuck's it doing that again? It's a fast charger, but it's going very slow. I've noticed, like, if I just sort of turn it around and do that, and then I put in a different plug, it seems to do something. So we're going to do that. Oh, wait a minute. Anyway, maybe you're needing to recharge because that's like charging up slow as fuck. So, right. I've done the past energy, I've not even done the present. Fucking hell. Right, so, oh dear, guys. Right, brace yourselves. I've picked up What's the Tea. These are very. What's the current energy for some people that might resonate with this? There's a mixed bag of Russian roulette. Secluded. Separation, reflecting, soul searching. Okay, so it's not as bad as it could be. Someone in separation, whether this is you or your person, is reflecting and soul searching in this time of hermit mode. Not not an unwise thing to do this week from what I've said. And also remember, because it's a Virgo new moon, Virgo is the hermit. So, but it's actually, to be honest, I'm more associate Cancer right now. Cancer moon would be in the hermit. Um, love on the oh, that card, right? Okay. Um, love on the brain, dreaming, fantasizing, daydreaming, nostalgic. That's very Cancer moon because it's about the past and being deep in the feels. It did come out with one of the cards I don't always like to, thank you, I don't always like to share, but it is in reverse, so I don't feel there's a need to say it. You can probably guess what one it is by what I'm saying, but I feel, there's people out there where you've that clearing negativity card, right? Like, by clearing your energy of the negativity, the light, the answer will shine through. Whatever it said, purification. There's definitely some people that you or your person have been purifying yourself of the consequences of being around toxic people. So I feel you've faced consequences of being around toxic people, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, emphasis on that one with that card, or financially, financial abuse, stuff like that. Like you've soaked up some of their stuff. You've soaked up their trauma for one, but I feel that what you could have soaked up is a lot more than what you bargained for. I think that's the best way to put that across for what I'm looking at there. So, right. So dirt digging, looking for dirt on you or vice versa. It was in reverse. So I feel somebody's putting some kind of energy behind them where it could be like, again, somebody that's got a bit clingy, hooked in reverse. Oh shit, I can't believe that. I mean, see if that fucking stalker card comes out or something. So we've got dirt digging and hooked, but they're in reverse. So yeah, basically somebody that got a bit clingy. I never like when this happens, but I'm actually seeing Vanilla Sky flashing up. So you know when Cameron Diaz's character's like, oh yeah, this is no big deal. Yeah, we're just sleeping with each other. Like, you know what I mean? It's no feelings involved. And then she starts like she's very like she's watching him at this party when he's like chatting up the Penelope Cruz because she's noticing, oh, he's actually falling in love with her, whereas he's just sleeping with me. And it's like, so it's that kind of vibe. And also that film's really dark. I mean, that film's so twisted because it's like, I know the song, if you wanna know if he loves you so, it's in his kiss. And I was singing that just past 144. So I feel there is a fated kiss coming. It's this, you know, it's from the film Mermaids, so it's quite annoying. They're probably trying to tell me to get the mermaid deck, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. We used it the other day. Right, what else about this? So, right, I'm not going to pull too many cards, but yeah, currently people are healing from being around other people and being affected too much from their energy. So you're needing to purify yourself of their energy. So you can take that in whatever way you want it. So it might just be that you feel dirty because their energy is unclean. Look at my face. Like, do you know what I mean? Like you feel like aye, however that fits, but I don't know. I don't know. It's like it's people with demons anyway. It's dead in the water. We've got funeral, but it's in the verse. Whatever that is, it's over. But it's like so. This could be people that it's like you've been away. Oh my God, I'm actually just connecting it back to the Shadow Queen. So you know, I feel piecing together with that card. I feel whatever the Shadow Queen energies are in people's lives, I feel they could have been quite promiscuous. I mean, if you can read between the lines here, it's like I feel there could have been quite promiscuous kind of things going on here. And it's like I feel all the people that are waking up, that are spiritually waking up, it's like it's making your skin crawl being around this person's energy. And like I said, in some cases, I don't know, I just keep feeling like it's like someone's like it's like, you know, it's like I've said this before, but it's quite interesting. Memories has come up when, again, cancer is to do with stuff like that too. It's like if you're really sensitive to energy and you are getting, you know, whether it's like an actual official relationship or you know, you spend a lot of time, you know somebody's energy, you know their body in that way, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, you know, but more so if you can feel energy, you can feel if somebody's energy is like all wrapped up in someone else. Like you can feel if somebody's thinking about somebody else, or you can feel like however serious you are, and that's the kind of feeling it's like this person's like I just feel all this person's energy all about me. But again, in some cases, because that card is very specific, it's like, you know, it could be like somebody's left their mark and not the nice way, you know what I mean? But anyway, the card, right. Sometimes I feel that card is like spiritually transmitted diseases. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not always literal. So take it as it resonates, but you know, either way, it's like someone feels unclean, like an unclean spirit is what I believe you would call it from the Bible. Which is that is what I clear. You know, I clear demons in people and yeah, energy hooks. And also the fact that that says hooked. I do feel that whoever all the people, there'll be more than just a few, whoever's been feeling like this, you've got an energy hook in you. Someone's draining your energy. Someone that was obsessed with you is draining your energy. A karmic, toxic person with fake smiles. Sorry, these cards are really funny sometimes. Do you know what I mean? Somebody like that. Somebody that's like, that's the Shadow Queen. So whoever this story is for, it's like, and remember, fourth house Cancer energy is hidden. So it's what lurks beneath the surface. So the Shadow Queen appears like that. Fake smiles, pretty girl on the card, you know, well dressed, fancy jewellery make. You know what I'm saying? It's like somebody can be showing up, looking the part, but lurking beneath the surface, they could have been quite abusive on all levels. Forcer and a drama starter. That was in reversal. Forces things on you, forces their way in, uses force to get what they want. See, that's why they showed me that Cameron Diaz character. And also, think about it, she's fucking. I mean, it's Cameron Diaz is hot now, but like back in the day, like fucking really hot. She uses her sexuality to lure him in, so that's relevant to this too. But it's in the reverse drama starter, so I feel this is some type of toxic energy that someone's been involved with that has got hooked on them, that's trying to hook them, but probably back in with the Saturn retrograde. Or like I said, if this is more serious and it's like this is people have married people like this, they're trying everything to pull them back. Or they're not letting them get away, and then fuck, I just shuffled all those cards and that came out again. Like this person's relentless, they're not giving up. And if you've seen that in Vanilla Sky, she encourages them to get in the car and then they crash. But anyway, that film's trippy because it's a big dream and it's all kind of fucked up and it's, but just that bit is like, it's somebody that's kind of, oh yeah, I'm totally cool with it being casual, but it's like that wasn't the truth. Wasting time. Stock no changes limited. Yeah, I feel that's what it is. It's like this is some kind of toxic karmic energy that. So shelf the whole stuff about someone marrying someone like that, although that is definitely going to be a few people's story. Well, even actually, if it was that, it was to keep you stuck and delay your journey. It was a part of your journey, but it was to delay your union with your real. Basically, it was a counterfeit throat chakra to stop you going to your real person. But it's not forever. It's just wasted a lot of your time, and that's how I feel this masculine feels. But it's like. If this is just like someone you're hooking up with, they've caught the feels and they've tried to delay you. They've tried to delay the inevitable. They've tried to distract you, fucked up over you. And like so you know what I mean? Like that is now what the masculines in. This group of masculines are like fucked up over the feminine. Pop the question in reverse. That's quite specific. So remember that's interesting. I was talking about weddings and engagements. And like I said, I did say it's a mix up, a break up, shake up, wake up. It's some people that are wanting to go for union, like just be in a relationship with their twin flames. It's some people that are literally wanting to propose or be married at some point, and it's other people that are breaking up from karmic marriages, but fucked up over you and put the question in reverse. I feel at some point someone's been manipulated into like coming away from somewhere where they wanted to go and like going towards the Shadow Queen. So that's really specific. But yeah, fucked up. It's like so. This is like somebody's like, I wish I'd just done what I wanted to do, but I was too busy winning and I was too in my ego, and I got pulled in by the Shadow Queen talking shit. So I got yeah, that's I'm channeling somebody's masculine right now. I got pulled in by the person in their ego because I was in my ego. And specifically, like, you know what I mean? This person could, like I said, I did say that this person was projecting and insecure. Possibly, like, this could be people that stalk the feminines as well, like a copycat kind of energy. Shuffle it came out again, talking shit. Your light, oh, we've not seen that for a few months. Your light irritates their demons. So this is somebody that keeps a close eye on the feminine. That once the song "I Want to Be Adored" just came on, the Stone Roses, Roses again. This person wants to be adored by the masculine, and they're not. Like I think they got the attention of them. And the funny thing is, like I think that even goes for marriages too. It's like they got them in a way, but they didn't really get them. And it's like people that like, your light, if you're standing in your light as a light warrior, light worker, whatever you always say, like your light irritates their demons. And I have used the word demons in this. Because like I said, with my sun, well, yeah, my sun in Aries definitely fighting the demons, but more my moon and Sag conjunct Uranus and the Antares portal, like, and it's 9 degrees too, so it's like, I mean, that is like, endings and spiritual, leadership and, guiding people. It's like, I'm here to fight off your own demons and the demons that are at your energy. Again, it just reminds me of Buffy the Vampire Slayer because I loved that when I was younger. I keep meaning to watch it again. But like, that is somebody that was keeping an eye, I think, on the real queen of the king. Jealous, basically. Hidden stuff. This is the hidden stuff. And so now that's popped out again. So I think they're telling that's enough of those cards. Secluded, separation, reflecting, soul searching. Now this king is going inwards and reflecting on it all. And again, there's a sadness there because we pop the question in reverse and talking shit. Somebody's definitely had, even if it's privately to themselves, thought, I want to marry that person or they're my end goal. And I feel it's not happened because somebody's taken another path. Or it could be specifically like someone's actually opened up and people have been like, that's not for you. Look. And then what is for you is you end up getting into legal matters, divorce, you see what I mean? Divorce. And I saw divorce on the advert. Divorce property, criminal paternity, child support, traffic ticket. There's a lot on that card. I always say the same thing, but however that all resonates, that sounds like that's got messy. But it's in reverse. So I feel, guys, see when I say I'm a true channeler, like, do you see what I mean? I did say with the king card, I did say there was legal matters because I had it on the card, but I felt that was really specific. Somebody has put some kind of legal matter behind them because it's in reverse, but and it could be literally a divorce or any of the other things on the card. There could be children involved too, however many. But um, oh my God, let's just check once more. I just want to see if any of the cards that indicate that. There's love child and there's false pregnancy test, whatever the fuck it is. Reflecting. They're not telling us. Whatever it is, that's speaking out again though. Forcer. Somebody's putting a very forceful, toxic, wounded feminine energy, and I'm going to read that in a minute because that was over it. Someone's moving on, thank you, next, and they've been reflecting and healing. Or you will move on from this. Basically, if you're the masculine, you're not moving on, it's because you feel dirty. That is what I'm getting. Somebody feels literally dirty from this person's energy. So let's hear from the group of masculines. This is, again, definitely men and women combos here I'm picking up on. So let's just read some of this. Um, Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm learning how to alchemize the triggers. Good for you. Yes, facts. 100% yes. This is truth. It was a cord cutting. All right. So you're resonating with this. Right. Um, let's see. What did the masculine want to say then? Because that was all quite a lot. Now this will be interesting, eh? If any of the ones come out that's like, thank you for being my best friend. You're the only one that's understood me. You know what I mean? Something like that. Because this person has pushed you away and acted cold and aloof. Because when we go right back to the start, because they were used to that kind of energy around them, Janet Jackson Together Again has come on. So you are going to be together again. This person hopes you're going to be together again. But you can see what this person's went through. If this is yours, um, I keep hoping to bump into you wherever I go. And you see, that could fit with that kind of dismissive thing, dismissive avoidant, because it's like, then it's like, oh, we've just bumped into each other. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't actually looking for you. I'm not longing after you. I've just bumped into you. So, I'll just say hi to you. But it's like really, this person, it was convenient. Like they wanted to see you, they wanted to talk to you. And especially, I think if it fits with, if someone's still got a controlling energy around them, it's kind of like, oh, like fate brought us together. But and I don't think that would fit if someone's actually still with someone like this. Because, like I would say, how would that work? You wouldn't be wanting to bump into your twin flame if you were still with someone. But it's so that won't resonate for everyone. But there's something about more the fact that what I'm feeling is then it's not within my hands. Like I'm not vulnerable because I've just bumped into you, but I did really want to see you. Because I regret what I did to you. So that's remember there's something about shame here. There's a lot about shame, and again that is fourth house trauma. The shame, guilt, hidden emotions, things that people stuff down. And remember, a lot of this stuff could actually have come up. A lot of the repressed, suppressed, whatever one it is, could have come up with the full moon eclipse in Pisces. Therefore, round about now, when it reaches the new moon at the end of the weekend, people could actually be doing something about what came up at that full moon. Because a lot of people would have needed time to like come to terms with some of the stuff. Like, some people have had some really big stuff come up at that. Because it's Pisces is the 12th house. I can't go another day without you. That's fitting with energy. That's also fitting with me channeling about the Jack Nicholson films as good as it gets and the other one, you know. Like I can't go another day without you. So much so I need to come and tell you I love you in the middle of the night. Or is the next possible chance I get, I need to come and speak to you. I can't stand this. And maybe that's because somebody's been in a time of healing and needed to wait until they felt like, yeah, I feel like I'm purified enough of the toxicity that I've been around. Because it doesn't just feel like a romantic partner, it feels like a whole load of people that someone's been around. I want to kiss you. Like someone wants to enjoy the lighter side of life after going through the darkness and obviously putting some kind of legal matters behind them. And and I'm realizing I know I blocked our union, I know I'm really blocking myself. So you know what I mean? For some people it's not as dramatic as all the other stuff, but for some it's like I'm realizing I self-sabotaged. I turned my back on what I really wanted and went down this other path, which I've really learned from. And actually, I fantasize about you all the time. And there's nothing wrong with that. And maybe some people made me feel like there was. I just rang because I wasn't ready for you. I'm ready now. And now I've got all these other jealous bitches and hoes. And I'm only joking. I want to start singing at home. I wanted to start singing a song. But it's like, you know what I mean? It sounds like a song, but it's like I've got all these other folk around me that are, I can feel, honestly, I can feel insane jealousy because I've picked you. I've not picked the pick-me's, and I need to tell you the truth. I'm paying attention. Your voice haunts me. I hear you in my head talking to me. Is it real? I wonder. And that other card about coming to the door starts. I wonder. I want to tell you how I feel. I wonder what you'd do if I turned up the door. Expect me. I always have to say it like that. I do love him, just not carrying burdens. Yes, absolutely. Keep him in your prayers. You don't need to carry his burdens, although you'll definitely feel it if he's your twin flame. The thing, the advert just flashed up, caught in the act, double lives. And you know, that's quite funny because before I done the live stream, the last one, which would have been Gemini, well, I done two in the same night, so Taurus and Gemini. At that advert, I did actually see that advert, and I was thinking about it after. I was like, that was definitely relevant, but that's the first time I've seen it, so that's relevant here. But you see how it's coming up in the fourth house, it's hidden. So this person is living a bit of a double life, or you bear, whoever's resonating. So that can mean anything from like really heavy shit to. I just feel it's for most people, it's like this person wasn't telling the truth. They're living a double life because they've been living a double life of fantasizing about the feminine and in some cases even picturing a life settling down end goals, but physically what the person's been doing is getting involved with people that are not the feminine and like very controlling and toxic and the thing is with that fake smiles card, it's exactly what I channeled I think before that card came. I don't know because I'll see when I watch this back probably in about fucking 2 weeks now because I've got to watch other ones, but that fake smiles card means that somebody successfully manipulated and fooled only the masculine, but a lot of people. Possibly the masculine's family, because we're on the fourth house. Maybe specifically sweet talking a mum, actually, because mother is Cancer energy. Definitely quite a few people, though, whoever this is resonating with. I'm sorry I hurt you. I didn't realise what I had until it was gone. You're perfect. Oh, remember in the first card was you're beautiful. You're perfect for me just as you are. Don't ever change. Yeah, so this energy, all the people that resonate just want to get across. It wasn't you, it was me. It wasn't you, it was me. And truth, the truth I need to tell you is I love you. And remember, Cancer, the fourth house of feelings. We're getting an L bomb again. The L bomb came out. Taurus. Oh my God. Taurus, Gemini, and now Cancer. We've got a hat trick. I love you. What's the thumbnail again? I can't be bothered changing it, but wait a minute. Maybe just a simple I love you. Um, that's the truth this person needs to tell you. Remember, I did say at the start, along with all the other dark stuff, but trust me, I've channeled darker. Like, and anyway, I think they didn't tell us. Whatever legal matters is could be, but it's like the hidden truth is this person loves you. And I see signs of you everywhere I go. And I don't want to lose you. But I'm afraid that I have because of everything that's happened and how much time that's went past. Ah, and I think I've told that story about me catastrophizing in my bedroom for weeks on end because I was afraid to find out the answer and how bad was I. And then it's like when I spoke to her, it really wasn't, you know, it wasn't that bad. Like that's the thing, you know what I mean? Like I've had prouder moments, but it's insane how you can like do that to yourself. So that's the message I think that's for a lot of the masculines that are in this place is you've like I don't know exactly what it is everyone's in, so maybe it is really bad and certain, but maybe it's not as bad as what you think. And there's explanations and stuff. Somebody could be, side note, somebody could have a gambling problem because there was a gambling advert, or someone's afraid to take a risk. Risk, yeah. I fear that if you get too close, you will hurt me. No one makes me feel like you do, but I can't face you right now. See, it's a shame. I'm feeling people going in and out of feeling shame and guilt, but and that other card at the start as well was like something like I can't something like I can't remember. It was something like I don't show that how much I like you or something. Right, what's the feminine one to say to the masculine? I don't know what this song is, but MC Hammer, Have You Seen Her, has just come on. So I've really no idea what that song's about. So I think it might be saying like, Have you seen her? Like, it's probably going to be like she's beautiful or something like I don't know. I really I have no idea what that is. But I was taking it to mean like, have you seen her? Like I feel it as if someone asking like, have you seen her? Like, does she talk about me? That kind of thing, or if that's even a thing. Oh look, that fits with other word cards. In a crowded place, I'm always wondering if you're near. That's kind of nuts. The masculine saying, I'm always hoping to bump into you whenever I go out. And in a crowded place, I'm always wondering if you're near, is what the feminine's saying back. I see and hear your name everywhere. Oh, you've seen that several times with me tonight. Um, I look forward to our family together. I'm so grateful to have you as my divine masculine. Cancer fourth house is the family. I love and accept you just as you are. Know your worth. If something feels off, it usually is. What I feel that's about is like at the core who this person is. When you peel away all the people around them, that's not who they really are. But what you've got to be careful about here is, don't fall in love with the potential of someone. So focus on yourself, pour into yourself, keep this person in your prayers, hold space for them. But they've got to hear the clarion call themselves to do the work themselves. But you've got to hold the belief and the faith that they can do that. So that's what I'm saying about. I don't like when they make me mention things about, but like I said, I might never see that again. I've never seen that fucking wood in my life. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I felt it, like I said, it did feel like a plant. But what I'm saying is, there's loads of things out there that it's like they're there to. It's like when I've said like there's things that go viral, right? And it'll be like people that put the majority of it will be like, oh yeah, the masculine and supporting the masculine in that, and then every sort of other video will be like, well, the masculine's completely fucked it, fuck them. Somebody else is cut and those ones are so weird. That's why I barely watch anyone else talking about this stuff anymore. Because I just see the titles and I'm like, that is like really weird. Because that is not the Twin Flame journey. Like, um, so that's what I mean, and there'll be a lot of that this week. If you truly do believe that that person is your twin flame, and you're not holding space for them, it means you're not holding space for yourself. Like people don't like to hear that. That is triggering, but it's true. Triggering, but that's my saying. Hashtag triggering, but true. Um, it means there's a bit of deeper healing needed for you. But also, you don't take crap. It really just depends what I'm talking about here. Like, have your boundaries and stuff like that. But there's nothing to stop you, But you can, the miracles happen every day. But just don't be deluded about it as I pull the moon in reverse. But like, so again, I feel there's secrets coming out here about somebody's went through an ego death and they want to invest. Yeah, they've went through an ego death. They're putting the pick-me's behind them. Look, Seven of Cups in reverse. This person's no longer confused or in an illusion. They don't want to walk away from this connection. They're not juggling. They're going to come forward. This person's going to come through with the truth and the clarity, and they're not going to mince their words. They're going to make sure you understand that they've been really upset, traumatized. Like this is this was me. I mean, this was me a couple of years ago, like sitting up, worrying, stressed. Oh my God, like what did I say? What did I do? Blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. And this is how this person's been. This is how this masculine energy's been, or you, like frantic, like not being able to sleep at night, allowing some kind of toxic group to work against a union, plant seeds of doubt. This person's healing and moving on, and they just want to be happy, happily ever after with you. I hardly ever use these cards. Yeah, they're being inspired at this time. Secrets are coming out. Putting a wounded warrior behind them, a money grabber, Queen of Pentacles, and their own distorted masculine energy. This person attracted a wounded, toxic financial abuser actually as well to me. I'm feeling that like somebody that took advantage of this person. But yeah, basically someone in their own toxic energy, like greed, desire, lust, all the deadly sins, like attracted somebody else, but it feels like they met their match. So praying for anyone that resonates with. Um, right. So let's go on to the next bit because I kind of lost the questions there. Um, God, whoever these karmic energies are, they certainly are coming through as the Shadow Queen. Although, in some ways, like, that card isn't a good card. It can't be a good card because it's like, the person's hiding. Whereas if you're in your healed shadow, you would just own it. Like, when you're owning when you've healed your Black Moon Lilith energy, you're kind of like, yeah, I am soft and strong. But like I say, like, what I mean, if you piss me off, you're going to know about it. But not in a kind of toxic way. It's like, it's just, yeah, if you think that you can treat me like that and like, I'm not gonna, um, put a boundary up, then you clearly don't know me very well, right? Whoever you are out there, that's kind of like the vibe. Yeah, because I can think of many different areas of my life where that would stand. Actually something that I was talking about earlier, like when somebody, and actually that's interesting because it's always Cancer energy. Yeah, it's like when people think that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really lovely, and I'll just do all this lovely kind stuff for people, and they think they can take the piss. It's like, nah, I'll pull my energy back, and you know. In the case I'm thinking of, it was, yeah, somebody turned very psychic attack, and that's where it's like, I'm not going to be understanding of that. Put it this way, be understanding if someone's having anger coming up or, um, but there are lines, and I feel somebody needs to hear that there. So maybe you've got some blurry boundary energy in Pisces or Cancer, and you've got to know the difference when you're a healer of what is abusive and what is somebody working through their own stuff. If you Yeah, basically, like if you're kind of like really destabilized and you can't get a hold of that much, you shouldn't be putting that much pressure on others to, you know what I mean? Like basically it's psychic attack. Like what I'm kind of picking up there, that's like kind of black magic kind of fuckery spell work, but yeah, narcissistic kind of energy. So that's not gonna be relevant to everyone. But that's what I'm saying is like don't be somebody that's like, oh, yeah, they've had a bad childhood or whatever, and it's kind of like, well. you don't take it out on other people that are trying to help you. So I feel that unfortunately might have happened to some people. Um, like I said, it has happened to me over the years too. So, um, right, what would help this? What would help the divine feminine get out their comfort zone? Being all by myself is on and falling into his album. I feel what would help you get out your comfort zone is being in a loving, secure, safe union and allowing yourself to fall into trusting this person again. Stand by your commitment, peer pressure in reverse. Yeah, you're not letting anyone peer pressure you. If you're resonating with this, you're like, you know, you've purified yourself of that energy. Don't let others coerce you into a decision. You know in your heart what the right choice is. But now when that's the masculine, you see how that fits. This masculine was talked out of, oh my God, better the devil you know just came up. I'm not taking a picture of that too, but better the devil you know. This masculine turned their back on what they wanted to do, which was follow their heart, and they listened to the toxic people around them. Better the devil you know. Like, I can't turn my back on the people that I'm around all the time. Like, this is my comfort zone. I can't, turn my back on it. But it was in reverse. So this person is turning their back on people like that now, or they're going to soon. Stand by your commitment, Pink Lily. Lily could be someone in the spirit world. You're strong enough to keep the promise that you've made. Don't back out now. Your angels believe in you. The feminine, you turned your back on toxic people around you or people that were sabotaging you. It's not always that strong, but that's the way it flowed out. The masculine is now waking up. They're mirroring that back when they get to this point. A lot of pink, a lot of self-love coming into this. And the commitment is the commitment of the union. You know what I mean? Like the commitment to each other at a soul level. Like the kingdom marriage, the spiritual marriage. Because a lot of twin flames, it's like you've been connected like that. Like that has taken place like a long, long time ago. So you're so connected to them like that. It's you just know, right? Like that it's hard to go into that. Wise soul, there's pink again. Your soul, look, that's the one I pulled for Casey. Your soul carries ancient wisdom. Please embrace it as you have the knowledge to help those around you. Yes, that this does feel like this is really specifically for a lot of divine feminines. I would actually say a lot of people that are possibly actually giving out messages like myself, like in public or in person and stuff. But even if you're not doing things on social media and events and stuff, you're you might in the future, or it's just the way you're talking about how you love and accept and forgive yourself and compassion and stuff. It heals others around you when you talk. But some of you are actual healers, like you know what I mean. Like Casey had said that too, and it's like I believe we're all a healer or something. But you're a wise soul. But this masculine's also a wise soul that's wakened up a wise king. I titled the past life reading, "A Wise King Has a Divine Masculine Has Awakened a Wise King." And it was about very toxic karmic energies. The thumbnail's really good, but the quality of the video was quite shit because I don't have a microphone and I done it on my couch. It's really funny, but the thumbnail was quite good. Yeah, when I eventually watch this back, I'll put it in the comments, but you can scroll yourself if that. But it was definitely that. It was like basically this person has awakened a king, like, and they're this person's impatient. This feels like what I'd picked up on in the one earlier. Like this person is like wanting to move forward now. So it's maybe going to have something to do with if the hold-ups were something legal or something like that, or someone was going through a divorce and it's not just, karmically, it's not good to go towards somebody else, even if you're not with even if you're split up from someone, if you're still married, you don't want to involve all those karmic ties. It's bad news. So that's what I mean about this person's wanting to clear their energy from that. Now, that's really specific. So, whoever that's for. Um, right, okay. Better the devil you know, though. That's funny. Like it's not funny. It's funny in the way of it makes sense. It's like somebody got lured in by like a fuck. Remember I sang at the start? It's the siren thing. Somebody got lured in by a siren because they'd had other people like that around them. And it was like, whereas like going towards somebody that's like an earth angel and like a healer and like a light and all these kind of words, it's like that's kind of alien. until this person and tragedies just come on. That song always comes on at the all the songs come on at the right time. But tragedy, it is a tragedy. That's what this feels like. It feels like a tragedy. And remember that song's about a wedding. So I think they're saying it's a tragedy that this person married the karmic. I don't like calling people karmic, by the way, but that's like I say karmic person because I think calling someone a karmic is kind of disrespectful because we're all going to be a karmic person in someone's life too. Because remember, I don't say this enough, but karmic isn't always bad. Like twin flames in a way, it's like a karmic connection. It's destined and fate, but you know what I mean? It's like lessons, karmic lessons you need to learn. Oh yeah, the karmic lesson card was in this too. But it's like, but in the twin flame community, we do I do as well. You associate karmic with being a bad thing. Well, let's face it, but I'm just saying it's not always a bad thing. But it's like it's for your soul's growth. But like this is definitely something about someone wanted to marry someone else and they married someone else that wasn't the person they wanted to marry. That's basically what's coming through here. And if they didn't literally marry them, they maybe nearly did, or they were being pushed that way. Maybe because Forcer kept coming out. Maybe this is a karmic person that kept like kind of trying to twist somebody's arm to propose or something. All these different scenarios could be relevant. Um, a vision I had, loving it. All right, what bit was that? That's the color of my dragon. Oh, that's interesting because I've been really channeling dragon energy this week. Like, I don't know if I've really said it anywhere, but I filmed the shorts like all the way up until November, and at some point throughout the next 6 weeks, I've I picked up those dragon cards, so even that's interesting. Um, but because this started off with Avalon energy, I always do connect that dragon. I think there was a dragon on one of those cards actually, so there's some more confirmation. Um, right, so what's some advice for the masculine to move out their comfort zone? Let's use some inner child cards. Review your responsibilities. Not all responsibilities are ours to hold. Exactly. This person has had toxic femininity around them and a few people that have put burdens on them or you. And a lot of it was not yours to hold. And this could have been, in some cases, this could have been from childhood that you've had too much on your plate. Let go there's 21 again. This is comedy how many times? It's like fucking 4 or 5 times, but it's a karmic lesson is over. 21, let go the past. It's time to envision a new story. If you've been used to carrying the burdens for other people and you've been carrying a shitload for yourself, it's time to let that shit go. Oh my God. You are worthy. Remember, and also the 40, this could be your 40th year, which is a lot of people, like I said, that's the majority of the audience, but we'll just ignore the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of synchronicities here. But you're worthy. You're worth it all, my love. I'm saying that to mine as well. My one's 40 soon, and that's got a 40 on it, and it says, You're worth it all, my love. You're worth it all, my love. I would do it all again. Crazy as that is. And you are wanted. 39, and that's what age he is now. What are you doing right now? There is a home waiting within. I don't know if you can see these numbers, look. 39, you're wanted. And also that reminds me of Interstellar, the one with all right, Matthew McConaughey. And I don't know if you've seen at the very end, she's waiting on him on another planet. She's been waiting lifetimes because he hasn't realised who she is to him. And then his daughter, who's now an old lady, and he's like a younger man. It's a weird film, but it's brilliant. She's like, nobody needs to see their own child die. Like, go and get her. Go and get her. And he's like, who? And she's like, you know who. So I don't know why I'm channeling that too, but that could be somebody that's actually got this person's back. A female could be like, go and get her. Because he realizes, it's like he realizes in that moment. And then it's at the very end of the film, you see that she's waiting on a planet. And it's like the voiceover's like, somewhere far away, she's waiting. And it's like, oh, this is really cool. But honestly, the first time I saw it, I was like, because I feel, regardless of what my one feels about it, like, ours is a very cosmic, galactic love, otherworldly. And when we eventually get to be with one another, it is a story to tell. But it's not just my story, you know what I mean? But it's kind of like, yeah, that's what it means. You're wanted and you're worthy. And that's why I'm saying I'm a true divine feminine. If you're on the twin flame journey, no matter what bullshit has went on, believe me, there's been a lot of bullshit in my journey too. You should feel like that. You're wanted and you're worthy and you're worth it all, my love. And there'll always be a home waiting within me for you. That's from the feminine to the masculines. That's to blast all the plants and the even people that are, not it's not that people aren't doing the healing, but are, I don't know, getting caught up in something that if they're turning their back on their twin. Today's the day. It's time to begin the journey. See what I mean? It's no more delay. There is hope ahead. Have courage and take heart, for there is hope. That's one of my favourite words. But you know what I mean? There is hope on the horizon. That's fucking beautiful. And oh my God, actually, that was what would help the masculine get out of their comfort zone. Knowing you are worthy and you're worth it all. So whatever your feminine has went through, you're worth it all. That's quite a big statement from what a lot of the feminines have went through. Myself included. Not to mention what the fuck I'm doing here. But anyway, so did I read all these comments? I am. I could tell she was soft and nurturing. Amen. 39 on the 22nd. Oh my God, there you go. So it's synchronicity with you too. I just got the goosies. No wonder. Yes, we are. I love it. Orion, lovely. Yeah, cool energy. Right, okay, so but yeah, watch that film if you haven't seen it. It's brilliant. And they also talk about the fifth dimension in it. I spoke about that the other week. Like, but basically I feel the main point of that is that they've been traveling through space and everything, and they've been through all this stuff together and faced a lot of sabotage and everything. And he only clicks right at the end. Some would say the last minute because it's like if his daughter starts off in the film very young, and by the end of the film, the daughter is on her deathbed with her own children. That's how long it's taken. So that could be talking about how long you've been connected for past lives, or just how long it's taken. But you're worth it all, my love. It takes as long as it takes. Some people have got different journeys. Don't judge it. Um, right now, this is where we'll read this because my next question is what karmic lessons are learning and being released. Then it's shadow work. So I'm just gonna, all these cards are gonna cover both those questions, right? But we literally did get understand your karmic lessons, right? Transform your wounded feminine, which has come out throughout all of this. Also, it's a 10th month. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know I'm not like we are, we're still in the ninth month, but what this is talking about is October is very important here. Justified and Ancient, this is the song that's on right now, as I've just been talking about ancient connections. Um, claim your kingdom marriage, your kingdom spouse, your counterpart, your twin flame, all these different words, which do matter. I'm not going to be one of the people that jump on the bandwagon. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's just the words, it's just a label. No, it is a word that does matter and it does hold weight, and I respect it. And it fucks me off when people say that. It's just cowardness for people to back down from the twin flame label because of the toxicity and the some people that aren't really on the journey that just want to romanticize it and don't really get it. It's no. I stand by it. I might be one of the only people, but I'm not the only one. But I am a twin flame. I'm a true twin flame, and I stand by what twin flames are. I don't know how many people are really on that journey that tune into me. Again, we can't control any of that, but I do know that I have connected with a lot of true twin flames, and we don't attract any of that bullshit that you'll find on quite a lot of other channels. Um, you know what I mean? We just don't like because I won't have it. Like, the boundaries are around this channel, the power animals, and I can teach other people that do stuff like this to have that too. If you do find that you get a lot of shit, because it's It stops people doing a lot of their work when it's, you know what I mean? But no, that doesn't happen to everyone, but know you're worthy. Yeah. And so look, that's why that's so powerful that that just came out. You're wanted and you're worth it all and you're worthy. You're, think about it, that's how much masculine females and males need to hear. You're worthy, you're worthy, you're worthy, you're loved. I'm not going to reject you. No matter what has happened between, you know, us and on the journey, and no matter what you like, I'm not going to reject you. You know what I mean? And not in a desperate way. That's the thing. You need to be able to hold both those things need to be true. You need to be able to stand enough in your own power that you would hear somebody out and you wouldn't reject them, but not be desperate about it. Do you know what I mean? But I feel a lot of us have proved that to ourselves and everyone that, you know, even by the mere fact, sorry, my twin flame, but I have to home in on it a little bit, that I've been doing this for years on end now, 10 years in total in public, helping twin, no, in public, helping the collective in ascension and helping Twin Flames in public for 4 years, but also helping Twin Flames for 10 years because that was the only ever people that booked with me. I just wasn't saying that I was a Twin Flame in public till 4 years ago. But it was obvious, fucking obvious, because I would always pick up things to do with true love. It wasn't just any kind of love. But um, yeah, basically, I've demonstrated that by I've say it all the time. Like, I really miss mine. I want to talk to him. I want to see him, all of that kind of stuff. But there's absolutely no point, and he needs to come to me when he's went through his full ego death, and there can be no bullshit, you know, bravado and kind of like, you know, I just can't. I'm too tired. I can't. I just can't. Like, you know what I mean? I'd dive into a bush if I saw him in the street or something. But I know that he knows that, so I don't, but I'm just stressing that for it, you know what I mean? Like, you need to love yourself enough to be like, oh, I want this person, but I want it when it's the right time, you know what I mean? Um, which is now for a lot of us, do you know what I mean? Right, so 20. Right, so let's read these. So keep in mind that this is to answer what karmic lessons are being learned and what needs to be released. Love shy. Again, so there could be shyness involved here. We've already spoke about that, how you could be really confident with other members of the sex, opposite sex, and then as soon as you see them, you can't talk. Or you could be just awkward as fuck all round, and you know, I'm the last one. But and then, yeah, shadow work too. So understand your karmic lessons, embrace opportunities to evolve. Your closer family members have experienced several lifetimes with you, and there are lessons that all of you have come here to learn. Even your most painful encounters offer you a profound opportunity for growth and healing. Karma means that you may have previously experienced challenging situations with others that need to be resolved, and that there are circumstances that are coming up to require attention. You need to face someone in your family, and this encounter may not be easy, right? I mean, that's definitely going to be a wounded feminine energy around someone. Could be more than a few, could even be friends, but this is with home and own family. But it's necessary for you to grow and move forward. An important piece of information that can help you understand a family situation is about to come to the surface. We pulled the moon card in reverse a lot. That secret's coming out. This may occur from you speaking with someone, or a piece of the puzzle may appear in a dream or during a healing process. OMG, that came out at the very start of this, didn't it? I was talking about dreams, or was it in Mediumship Monday? It really doesn't matter because I've done one after the other. I think it was the start of this, though. Um, Someone's had an answer come to them in a dream. A lot of the masculines have had an answer come to them in the dream. They've seen a vision of the future. In some cases, I think some people could have been seeing your marriage or something. It's something like that because it's very strong. You may even receive a message from someone who's passed over, and again, it's mediumship. Well, it's not mediumship Monday anymore. It's see you next Tuesday. Um, I probably won't see you next Tuesday though, because I keep doing this on the Monday. Um, if you're reading between the lines, we'll see you next Tuesday. Someone was dealing with, see you next Tuesday. You may need to do some ancestral healing in order to understand the situation at hand, which is, again, I know this is ancestral deck, but that's quite specific. That's what I've been saying. I feel many people watching this, if you haven't already done deep healing of the mother and the father line, that's what the call is to do it. And I would be honoured if you feel guided to my support to help you with that. And that's not a one session thing, people. That is like, that's more of a package thing. And again, when I say it's a package, if you're in the position to do that, yeah. But you could have a session and then just know, I would say the next few sessions you have with me, you'll be unpacking what comes up. But it's coming up in people anyway. More people are going to learn this, that soul retrieval is something that if you pay attention to how important it is, it will change your life. Or you stay stuck in these repeating patterns. Um, you may need to do something. Yeah, I read that. Your ability to regain your confidence and do something extraordinary depends on changing your perspective of your childhood, as well as painful encounter with a family member. You may need to act selflessly from a place of wisdom in order to turn something toxic into beautiful and healing. Reflect on who in your family you're challenged by and why. What have they done that you found unacceptable? Are you able to put yourself in their shoes and discover another point of view? What caused them to behave the way they did? Explore whether or not your expectations are realistic based on what this person demonstrated they're capable of. Take the opportunity to learn more about your family and their background, which might give you the insight you need to heal and move forward. That's quite intense, right? Okay, so the next one, oh, it's just falling on the ground. There is a card in this deck about family. I still feel deeply, oh, that's the one that came at the start. I still feel deeply connected to you, but I won't admit it. That, it keeps going back to that somebody's held their emotions back, and it's going to be whoever this family member is. My spirit is always with you. Can you feel me? Do you still love me too? I feel like you're on the other side of my every breath. Yeah, this person's not doing too well. I'm sure this is what I said on the shorts. Right. So we'll put that one. God, where's the box? I don't know what have we put in there. Let's treat these cards with respect, even though all the rest are fucking all over the place. I do eventually tidy it up though. It's not the best system. I've even had boxes and everything to put them in, and then I do that quickly. It just happens. So it's easier for me just to tidy it up. Trust me, that's better that I do tidy it up. At least I'm tidying it up at the end of the week, kind of. Right. So we can put that one in there. So the next one is the big one. Transform your wounded feminine. So, and because it's got a 10 on it, 10-10 portal is important, and just October in general. And specifically, if you resonate with having whether you want to say wounded or toxic, the card said it, you know what I mean? Like somebody that comes from a cold-hearted, manipulative. It just depends how deep we want to go with that. Some people it could be like really nasty, but other people it's more like manipulative, like, oh, helpless kind of, you know what I mean? And you've attracted other women like that. So boldly follow your inner guidance. You have both feminine and masculine aspects within you, yet with a feminine sensitive part experiences rejection, violation, injustice. Oh my God, the first card, remember? It was about you'd had an injustice, and then the masculine, oh, fucking hell. Inequality and blame while growing up. I've spoken about that too. She can shut down your capacity to tune into what is healthy for you. She can become confused about what she can and can't express, and to whom, and to create weak boundaries for which others treat her harshly. Although this is saying her, this is for some of the men too. Like, that you've got a very wounded feminine. For whoever I'm tuning into for here. And again, I'm seeing people I've worked with too, like some of the guys I work with that are really going to resonate with this, and females. Um, it's time to leave any abusive situations where you feel put down and compromised. Although you may be harboring fear and insecurity about your future, you're being urged to be bold and take a leap forward. And the unknown fits now, doesn't it? With what came out earlier. You will be rewarded beyond anything you can imagine. You have the opportunity to transform the wounded feminine within you into an intuitive, empowered goddess. This part of you will know her worth, trust her intuition. This is all the stuff that came up earlier with the Mediumship Monday. Value her heart and command respect and admiration. And that's what this king is doing now, or they're going to step into. Explore what it means to have healthy boundaries. Then, in your journal, make a list of the people in your life who matter and write down who you believe you need to have better boundaries with. Make some time to connect with your feminine, which means self care as well as doing things that inspire you, such as dancing, shopping, message. Oh, well, maybe you need a message, but it says massage. Massage. Painting, being social, spending time in nature, or having a bath. Again, I'm a bath person. I need to have one at least once a day. I had my bath today before I came in here because I knew whenever I'm gonna sit till this fucking time, I have my bath before. Just make sure it's truly you time. You might also like to connect within and tune to your inner feminine. What does she look like? Is she healthy or unhealthy? If she's unhealthy, how can you bring more self-love and flow into your life? You can also communicate with this part of you to discover what she needs to become happier. And again, change the she to he because that's a lot of the guys' inner feminine. Right, 15. I'm just going to whiz through these. Um, Facts, amen. I'm right there with you on that. 100% amen. 100 right. You're resonating hard, I can see. So, um, claim your kingdom. Love it. Live in your own terms. So you see, it's totally fitting, isn't it? It's all connecting a story. And like I said, I'm seeing some of my clients I've worked with, soul fam clients, but like whether or not you've still got some of these family members around you, it actually doesn't matter in a lot of cases. I can think of people where they have put boundaries up a long time ago, but the echoes of the toxicity is still in people's minds. Even when you think it isn't, by the way, that full moon can, full moons can bring up a lot. That full moon in Pisces did bring up a lot for people. But it's like you're either currently standing up to someone or you've done it in the past or you're going to do it. And it's like it feels like, I mean, this does feel like a mum energy, right? It feels specifically like it's a mum, or it's, somebody connected in the family that's got a lot to say. So in some cases, it could be other females in the family, but it's like this feels like I used to love that song when I was younger. Finally found what I've been looking for, and now you know I'm gonna love you more. Can't remember the rest of the words. But now I do know it's something like, 'cause it's always been you. Honeys. Great song. Anyway, but it's called Finally Found. But yeah, this feels like it's mother energy because I always pick up on, quite frankly, toxic mother female energy when it's Cancer Moon. So don't be butthurt people out there. If this isn't you, it's not you. But if it's you, you're gonna know it's you. Um, And it specifically feels like because you've had that around you, you have then attracted. Do you know what? This is so specific. So actually need cards to back me up. I actually feel a bit like my skin's crawling. I feel somebody's mum has known some type of. Now, please, this is a bit you need to take with a pinch of salt. This is a bit where it's like, this is entertainment, all that jazz, although it can be very helpful to people, it's entertainment. Um, it's something like I feel like a mum has like known something and like say it's like I'm getting a sort of feeling of like a karmic energy, like saying something that really like the masculine should have been privy to. And like and like it's like a mum and a karmic energy are like quite close and like they've confided in the mum. Which in a way, it's nice when people are close, if you think that this is going to be a real thing and stuff like that. But whatever this is, it's like so not okay. So I don't know in what it, but it's like that's because it's like so I need something. It's like, and then it's like this person's found out, like and it's like you're my mum, you're not theirs. That's not okay. So it's like, you know what? It's reminds you, of, right? Like, have you ever seen those shorts where there's one I've saw a few times, and it's somebody's baby shower, and it's obviously like a guy with a mum that's like really overpowering, and it's really hard to prove, but I spotted it right away, and it's obvious because I mean I think the shorts is actually about like it's that I think it's the guy that holds up the green flags and the red flags. But what actually happens is it's a baby shower and like they've just thingied the gender, right? And it's like as soon as like says whether it's a boy or a girl, as soon as they've revealed the gender, the mum like literally launches herself on her son, like yeah, like so she's obviously quite a rowdy, which is what I mean. That's big personalities. You can't, but it's not really. That's not the point. It's she launches herself on the son before the partner has a chance to like celebrate with the person she's having the baby with. Um, and then it's like, but what's quite interesting, this is so specific. Yeah, I'm just going with this. But it's like the woman calls her out. She's like, so they maybe have beat, but she's not, she's like, what are you doing? Do you know what I mean? And I think they were in England somewhere too, because it was like, it doesn't matter where it was, but it sounded like, the mum was English because she basically was like, what's your problem? Like, I'm celebrating, I'm happy, it's my son. But it was like, you knew what she was doing. You knew that that's not the first time she's done a tricky fucker and thing like that. It was like, I maybe need to show it below so you get what I'm saying, but it's basically it's the people that do things like that, and you're like, you know exactly what you're fucking doing. It was being a fucking wido. Like it was like, because the woman's quite polite to her, although she could have been, she was just kind of like, what are you doing? Like you've pounced on my partner before I've even had a chance to hug them about us knowing what we're having. Like that's so not okay. And the mum's like, all right, like I don't think it's that deep kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? It's my son, I'm happy. And she's like, but it's like most people would have the common sense to like, at least let the people that are having the baby together have a moment. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's hard to pick that apart because some people are overexcitable, but you can tell that mum was being like really just that she does that all the time. So it's that kind of mum, unfortunately. Um, but right, jackpot just jumped out. Winning money, got rich, inheritance, and unexpected money. So I've no idea how that fits into this, but that just leapt on the floor. So, um, but yeah, anyway, that's what I'm getting. You know what I mean? It's like a mixture of all these different things. It's like something's. See, it's like maybe he's went to somebody and been like, do you think I should tell them this? And they're like, oh no, I wouldn't tell them that. You know what I mean? Like giving really bad advice. Or so there might even be a mum that's thought they were doing the right thing. But whatever it is, it's not. It's really it doesn't. It's serious. So again, you can let me know. I'd imagine not in the comments because hardly anyone ever comments. But let me know in an email if that's you because I can feel it's really specific. Like it's. I should have said that. I should have said that. In some cases, it's way deeper than. But I was going to say it's almost like if this person's cheated and then they've confided in the mum, like do you think I should tell them? Or it's deeper stuff than that, and then like the mum's been like, no, don't tell them, because look what I've just pulled out, and that's like, guys, whose story is this? Because sometimes when I go this specific with things, it's a bit freaky. Bad reputation. Hello, do you remember the cards at the start? The one that I didn't show? What I'm saying? And I kept saying I feel dirty. I feel like the guy and I feel dirty. Bad reputation and shocking news. So whatever that's about, I feel like the mum knew. I mean, of course, it could be their mum too. So this could be whoever this is, that's their mum, and their mum's like, no, don't tell them. That would make more sense. But that's not what I felt first. But also, shocking news was in reverse. So that's what they're saying. Like, there's something was like kept quiet for a while, and yeah, oh God, whatever that all is, that's too much for me to unpack here, but it's clearly somebody needed to hear it. What else? Jackpot, that's come out again. Didn't I say financial abuse at some point? Winning money, got rich, inheritance, unexpected money. Oh my God, here's look. Wasted. Yeah, look, this is all, whatever this is, right? Because it's the right people will find it when they need it. There's legal issues again, the same one. Court judges, oh, it's not the same one. Court judges, immigration lawyers. So we've had the two different legal cards, along with the cards that start talking about legal stuff. Wasting time stuck, no changes limited. It was all to slow somebody down. So somebody's been caught up in some kind of legal situation as a karmic lesson to slow them down fr from reaching their kingdom marriage, their real union. Hooked in reverse look, and it's somebody that they've unhooked from their energy. Her, that bitch, that bitch. But look, sorry, I needed to add a little bit of humour, but what in the fuck? Now all we need is like an actual picture of a mum or something. That's like whoever that person is has confided in a family mate. It does feel like a mum, but I mean, in some cases it could be a sister. You just never know because some people can get pal. It's somebody's female family member anyway. Too busy winning, and the masculine saying I was too busy in my ego to like I didn't. I've not noticed how toxic this situation was. Fucked, and now I'm fucked up over you. I'm putting them away because that's actually brutal. But that's like somebody has like they are fucked up over the feminine because they've being completely hoodwinked by not just a karmic energy, but it sounds like their own family member. That's fucking dark. Right, okay, so 15, let's read this in. Don't give your power away to outside sources. It's time to stop letting your past struggles define you. Instead, allow them to offer clarity and growth. Use your painful experiences to create a sound family environment. You have the ability to make choices that will lead to many uplifting experiences. You're an individual with specific needs, drives, and aspirations. Don't allow failures, divisions, and past traumas to keep you bound to the past, repeating the same scenarios you've tried to run away from. There are things in your childhood that you missed out, but stop blaming anyone and start taking responsibility for your present life. If you felt rejected and unloved, that's why you're worthy and all that kept coming out. Then now's the moment to give yourself the love back and faith you've been craving. You can create an inner kingdom that attracts the kinds of people, experiences, and opportunities you deserve. No matter what that looks like, it's not too late to start. Yeah, it's never too late to start. Even if some of you do think, oh, my twin flame's never gonna, they're never, even when they actually hear the whole truth, they're not gonna believe me or they're not gonna want to be involved with me. Um, they might say I can be their friend, but I don't want to be their friend. It's that kind of energy, but it's like you need to have more faith in yourself and in the journey and um whatever that all means to people, right? So let's read this last one. You're worthy, 7, because it's got a lot to do with the fact you've not had the right support around you. So you're not going to be able to tell yourself any other ending, really. So know you are worthy until you are. Because that's what I help people do. Change the limiting beliefs about whatever you went through. Discover inner fulfillment. You're worthy, so give yourself time to get to know who you truly are inside and the positive things you can contribute to others. I feel the point is really, right, whoever's fitting with this, because it's so, I was going to say not many people are going to resonate with this, but I'm sorry, I can already think of like, on one hand, quite a few people, male and female, that do resonate with it before they even say, oh yeah, I resonate with it. Not all of it, but quite a bit of it. Um, but, it's that karmic energy never really cared. It's like they wanted to own the person, because you can tell with Forcer kept coming out. It's like somebody that just wanted control over somebody. Like they've got unhealthily hooked and obsessed. But it doesn't even feel like, like, oh my God, I love them so much. It's like they've got their hooks in somewhere and they're getting something out of them, whether it's money, attention, support in some kind of way. They can easily, they were able to easily manipulate this masculine energy. I want it that way. Backstreet Boys just came on. But you see how that's not a good thing. I wanted that. This karmic energy could get her own way. So they could, probably through sex, but it's like initially, and then I feel it's codependency. It's however this is all fitting. So it's not like, if you're the masculine energy, it's like this person's got their hooks into you and they've dented your confidence, your self-worth, and it feels like it was a repeating pattern from other places as well. And that's why deflected and all that kept. This person's been clearing their energy. It now makes sense why it came out, all of that stuff. So it doesn't need to be specifically about like some of the other things that could mean. It's like this person felt just horrible from realizing I've let somebody that close to my energy, because they didn't even care about me. No more living on the surface and complaining about being bored, empty, and tired. It's time to delve within and starting from the heart. Be honest with yourself. Are you living the most fulfilling life right now? Are you inspired daily to get up and give it your all? If you are, fully acknowledge the effort you've put into developing the inner and outer reality you love. The point is, I'm sure people get it, but they're getting me to stress that you've been hurt by somebody that they didn't really care. So that's not the same as investing in somebody that does really care and thinks you're worthy. It feels like this person didn't even think that much of the masculine, which is kind of horrible to say. Coming Out the Dark has just come on, and the album is Into the Light. Shit, you know. Wait a minute, I do need to take a picture of that because it's just mental when that. It's just funny, like when I'm talking and it happens, like right when I'm saying it. Again, another thing I never see with anyone else. That is unique to what they use with me. 7. I'd like to fucking see somebody try and copy that at the rate that that happens to me. It's quite funny. So I'm sure, they don't ask, I'm not asking for it, but it's, you never know. So, um, if you don't feel deeply fulfilled, the time has come to make new choices. This card asks you to gather your courage, step up and explore what your heart is really longing for right now. The masculine's longing for the feminine, right now in some cases. What area of your life needs attention? Is it a relationship, business, your children, or your inner self? So that could depend on different things for different people. But no favourite cards, we love you, put you there. But they're quite deep and intense. We couldn't do it every time, but um don't worry. Remember I said I was gonna be off by midnight and it's now 5 to 3 in the morning. Fucking hell. That's why I keep having Tuesdays off. But you know what it is? It's because, like I said, it's because there's so much darkness and gunk and shit that comes to the surface. Like when you're cleaning energy off of like what lentils or something. Not that I ever really. Well, I do. Like I make lentils, so you know what I mean. But it's like the scum. Um, what's that from? That's from a film. Here's weddings again. That's from the wedding date. No, not the wedding date, but that's relevant. There's cheating in that actually. I love that film. I've not watched that for ages, but um. My best friend's wedding. All these things could be relevant. That is when she's like, I'm like the scum on the, and he's like, no, worse. You're like the something, the something, the something. But even in that, although she's trying to sabotage his whole wedding, he's like, but I'm honored that you. So, oh, I mean, this is getting into all kinds of fucked up shit. So, somebody's, I wonder if this is like somebody's like, friend, a best friend around somebody has been sabotaging them. Like, say you're a guy and you've got female friends. I think it's one of them again. That makes sense too. Like, it could be somebody that's been slowly planting the seed to move away from where the person wants to move to. And it could have even pulled them into them at some point, but it's something like that. It's something like, because that's what she tries to sabotage the guy's life because she realizes at the last minute, oh no, I want you. Now that you're saying you're getting married to, oh my God, that is what it is. That is what it is. Because remember, a channel popped the question in reverse, and that's exactly what it is. Because in that film, they've made a pact that if they're not married by something random like 28 or something, if they're not married by that age, they marry each other. But he's met somebody else and fallen in love, and then she's like, oh no, I want him now. Toxic as fuck. So it is. It's like a card. It's just a. It might not be, marriage stuff, right? But I mean, it is. Even if it was just secretly, it is something to do with that because of what I've channeled. But and in some cases, like I said, it's went way deeper than that. And somebody actually has married the karmic person that sabotaged them, or somebody's karmic anyway. It could have been, it could have been, see what I mean? That could even be other karmic friends of a group that have been like, oh yeah, but you and such, and it's destined, and it's, feels like a lot of that shit. You couldn't get to them at this point, and now it's, and you're not meant to be that other person. If you're meant to be with them, it would have worked out. I'm hearing all that stuff. Um, but it's like, it was selfish. When you watch that film, it's really, really selfish. And she realizes that in the end and apologizes. And it's really cruel to the young girl he's marrying because, like, she's like, and she knows, she clocks her. She's like, you're a tricky fucker. I see what you're doing. But she's still nice to her. And then it's quite funny when she's like, I don't know, she corners her in the toilet and kind of says all this stuff. But that's the moment. It's the man, you know what I mean? Someone's been revealed. God, it really is like a film, this. Um, right, anyway, let's move on because I'm getting tired now. Eventually getting tired. So what have we got? What would help the feminine with inner union? I think just, oh, I was going to take a picture of that. Did I take a picture? I think I did, but I'll just do it again. Um, Christmas is significant because when I picked up my phone, there was a memory from Christmas. It's just popped up on my phone, so Christmas could be significant. I feel whoever this is for, I feel you're going to be with this person for Christmas this year. It's that, and that's really specific, but I feel it. So, because it just feels like a lot of this stuff has been learned here. This person's standing up to who they need to stand up to. It feels like they're closing out karmic lessons and cycles, and so it might not be about to happen tomorrow or something because we're only in September, but it's like you're going to be with this person by Christmas. Oh, Archangel Michael's protecting you from the drama. Makes sense, doesn't it? Trust in heaven, you're safe. Angels stand close. I've said that at this in sort of Mediumship Monday or this. Surrender your concerns and allow a miracle to occur. And I also channeled that because they're just talking through me. You need to allow space for a miracle occur. Because if you don't, it won't happen. That's what I say to people when I'm doing shamanic journeys with them. Even just suspend the belief for even a moment. And I keep referring to it because it was amazing. That, oh, actually, it's not at all the other parts of it, but that was a legal situation where I had done a session with somebody on a Monday, funnily enough, when I don't usually work with people on Monday, and then the whole thing didn't even go ahead. You know what I mean? Like he went to the place, but it ended up getting thrown out, and that was a miracle because it's like, but that's what I was holding space for. And obviously he was holding space for that too, but it was kind of like there's a dragon on her t-shirt in that song. Torn, Natalie Bruglia. That's the second time it's come up. But obviously that's a breakup too. You see, this is someone breaking up from a karmic partner. Um, we're already torn, which would fit with all the rest of it. But yeah, look, White Eagle Ancestor Spirit, connect to your lineage. Oh my God, a family wound or pattern can be healed now. Wow. Wow. Because that's the only card about ancestors in that deck that I remember. You can see what I mean about shaman energy too. You could really be connecting to the shamanic energy right now too. Which, like I said at the start, you are if you're watching this. Because I don't know if I said another one or this. Because I'm a shaman. But um, yeah. Family wounds are being healed. So that's the feminines, but it's the masculines feeling. And I mean, we keep going back to the wounded feminine bit. Somebody's recognising a pattern they don't want to continue. That's the point. And people they don't want to attract. Masculine. Oh, wait a minute. Casey, did you mention? Oh, no, no, it's not. I got too excited. I knew it was a no. Look, you've mentioned Orion. This is Odin. So, but that would have been really nuts, wouldn't it? But I think I have got cards of Orion. I have definitely got cards of Orion on it, actually. Because that was not that long ago. I was channeling loads about Orion, the Lionsgate portal and everything. But anyway, Odin, psychic insight. Look, the masculine can see through the fake smiles person that came out twice. It was relentless. That's how relentless this person was at pulling this person back, pulling this person back, pulling the wool over their eyes, manipulating people. Your third eye is open. You see the truth for what it is. Follow your intuition. This is giving me chills. This is fucking, this is telling a story. This is like a film right now. This will be really helping my watch hours because if people invested at the start of it, they'll be watching to the end. I would. I want to see how it's going to end. It's quite funny, isn't it? And if you do like these ones, people, please like the video. Please hype it. Oh yes, please hype the video. If you've not used your hype, because you get free hypes every Monday, I would be grateful if you do that. Lord knows if it really makes a difference, to be honest, guys. I don't think in the grand scale of things it does. I think you would need to get an obscene amount of hypes to go into the chart thing, but thought that counts. Um, Comments are great after the video ends. Nobody does that. If you do, you'll go right up in my estimation, but no. I know I've got people that are a bit shyer and that's fine. Like I said, I throw love on people's videos by liking their video. I'm often the first person to like people's video because I like any video that I watch. Um, so I get it. But August 1st could be significant because it just flashed up on the TV. Um, I'd say that's for a memory or a birthday or something. Or something bad that happened. Oh my God, the song is I Wanna Sex You Up. I just mentioned Lionsgate Portal actually. I'm definitely enjoying your read. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Glory to God, the energy is powerful. Amen. Yes. Right. I'm glad you're enjoying it, but it's oh, that's weird. There's this thing, right? It's hard to explain. I kind of want to show you it because it's quite funny. I can't be arsed though. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you in a couple of days on Leo. But it's this thing that you wind it up, right? And it's like a chatterbox, and it's like when you wind it up, it clatters about. And my nieces were playing with it, and they've put it over there in the ancestors' corner. I know that sounds like really shamanic, but it's the corner of the room that is to do with the ancestors. So I've got a picture of my family and like me and my nana. But it's interesting that this is all about ancestors and they've placed it there. Either that, I think I did actually. But it was like, you know what I mean? Somebody gossiped. Somebody in the family gossiped. That's what they're saying. Because that's about a chatterbox. Somebody gossiped. Or somebody held something to themselves that was detrimental, like that. Something like that. Somebody's done something that's caused damage here. Masculine's got the same card. Connect to your lineage. A family wound can be. Oh, that I kind of want that for the thumbnail, but there's so many. Look. So yeah, basically, people really connect into their shamanic energy here, or your Native American guides, or connect to your lineage. A family wound or pattern can be healed now. Both people, the feminine has healed enough of the masculine and feminine line, and the masculines now doing that now are guided to, or they've been doing stuff like that too. Same card though. Good master away. Look, it's all stuff about increased awareness, third eye opening. Trust, trust, trust kept coming out on the mediumship Monday one. This is coming out again. Increased awareness, deep connection, trust your inner voice. This masculine is being guided to trust their inner voice because it's either going to be the way that this is making sense for everyone because it's already happened, it's currently going on now, or it will happen. Past, present, future, and I'm not called Crystal Clear Vision for no reasons. It's why, unfortunately, there's definitely collective readings that I've done a year and more than that ago that I've seen the same exact storyline, true story I might add, coming out, and it's because it was an omen then, and now it's like happening to some people. Or it's another, it's different for different folk, but there's Green Tara again. Green Tara's really strong. Supreme protection. You're protected. Cords are being cut. I remember you saying that earlier about cord cutting. Move beyond limitation. Trust. Oh my God, this word's getting on my tits. Trust, 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 trust. That's what trust and go into the unknown masculine. That is the overwhelming message. Um, Power moments as well, with it being the 16th now, where I live anyway. And the fact it's kind of dramatic that it's 3 in the morning. I'm still having my toast and tea. I still need to eat. It doesn't matter what fucking time it is. I've sat with people till like 6 in the morning sometimes and I've still went and had that. That's really weird when you do that. That's really trippy. I'm just not in linear time at all. Um, right, so this is a bit where I'll whiz through this. This is what some people need a soul retrieval for. I feel guided to the inner child cards again. What's a soul retrieval that someone out there needs? Male, female, divine feminine, divine masculine? What is something that I'd be able to help them with in a session? Oh, 10 again. Oh my God, look how it landed. So October's really, if you've got an October 40th, then this is even more specific. But I'd say if you were 40 this year at all, or you're due to be, disappointment is not the end. There is hope even in the darkest of nights, especially if you're in a dark night. So you're worthy and you're worth it all, my love. I've just realised every time I've ever pulled that, I've said what I've done tonight, but it's just because it's true. To me, I always think that, yeah, you are worth it all, my love. He's not mine, but he is my love, my only true love. My endless love. I don't even like that song. Moving on. Right, so somebody basically needs a soul retrieval about self-worth. So that would be an emotional one, but yes, and you need help because you're in a dark night of soul. So if that's you, I've been helping people with their dark night of soul for the past decade. I'd be honoured if you want me to help you through it. You don't need to put on any kind of mask about being all right. I know it feels like shit when you're in it. Right. You will get out the other side, just like that card said. Right. Somebody else. They're like, we're giving you the same card because there's more people out there than just one, which is why I keep saying that. Basically, I feel everyone that's born 1985 is going through it right now. And I knew they told me this years ago. Like I said, because I've had loads of friends over the years that are that age as well. I knew that there was going to come a time further down the line that they were going to go through the same stuff that I've had to move through without me in their life too. Which that's quite it's it's painful really in a way. Not as it's hard to explain that. It's weird, you know what I mean? Because it's like I don't like to think of anybody going through this, even people that I'm not friends and stuff anymore. But it's just like I said, it would be everyone is. whoever's out there watching that, and I know like this is a weird thing for me. I don't like to think about it too much, but there's people that like there'll be people that I've known that have been part that have known Matt that have known me more personally that are watching. Men as well, by the way, because when I looked yesterday, there's 45% men watching, and then the other percentage are women. That's really pretty close. Sometimes it's more men than women. So I know there's people watching me that I've maybe went to school with you or I've known you from about town and all that and whatever. Um, so as long as it's helping you, that's fine. I don't need to know, but like I do know that that will be the case. And then there's other people that I don't know you at all, but you might know somebody. I don't, you know what I mean? Whatever. I don't really focus on that too much. But I just know that a lot of people that are 40 have got their 40th this year, you're going through it. Because I went through it. Yeah, like the I'm just trying to think my 39th year. What was it again? Was it 38 and 39 was really challenging. There was a lot of friendship shake-ups and breakups. Like just it was horrible. And then um my 40th was just a bit boring really. Um and then I was 41 this year and that was a shite day because it was Good Friday. It's quite funny when I relive it. Oh my God, especially because again I do speak about Jesus all the time, but like, that's what was really like biblical this year was my birthday, the infamous 18-4, which connects to the 41s, if you're new, is why I always say that, was on Good Friday. And I've always felt the heaviness of Good Friday. So it was a bit horrible on my actual birthday. And then we went to Rosalind Chapel, which I thought would be quite nice. But my mum can take this. She's laughed. Oh, but even that, the fact that this is Mother Healing, like my mum can't turn back the past and make that a good day, and it should have been, but it was in the part of her chart where, and remember, my mum's like nice as anything, so even if she wasn't feeling that great, she could totally hide it. But she was in a she was in a weird mood, and it was like even like it was so weird. Like even 2 days after that, I was like, "Can you see what I'm saying about like you were tuning in the low frequency?" Um, Oh my God, I loved that song when I was younger. Everybody get up, sing it. 1, 2, 3, 5 will make you get down, yeah, get on up. I wait to see them in concert. Fucking love it. Anyway, moving on. So, my favourite is Get on up when you're down, baby. Take a good look at it. Anyway, I need to stop. People are going to start shouting at me. But so maybe if people have shouted at you when me said it like that, but yeah, it's like you're worthy, you're worth it all, my love. Came out twice. All the people that are 40 this year, hold on. My 40th was shite too. But my actual 40s as a whole is going to be the best time of my life because I've decided that I will make it full. But my actual 40th year was not. Just wasn't. And neither was my 41st. Like I said, my actual that's a shame. My actual they're pulling me my card with a 40 on it. That is the only one that's there because it was the one my niece drew me. But the point of that being it, that's so weird though that I've just said that. Like, yeah, my actual birthday should have been. I went to one of my favourite places, and again, I feel so connected to Rosalind Chapel. You'll know that if you follow me all the time. I wonder if I'm going to pull that Rosalind Chapel card out of that deck. But it was literally the next day. It was fine. Me and my mum had a great day. It was just my actual birthday was shit. Which doesn't matter. When you get older and you're an adult, you can get over it. But it was a bit, you know what I mean? There's something in that. Whatever that's going to mean to people. Don't build things up to be needing to be like this big thing, like when you put so much pressure on a birthday or a Christmas or a New Year or a Valentine's or anything like that, it's spend time in nature, let the beauty of nature refresh your soul. So I feel there's something about, well, because I'm asking about a soul retrieval, I think that is just about keep grounded in nature to to clear your energy. But give me something about the session. You know the way. Trust your intuition. Oh my God, I'm getting sick of this. Trust your intuition again. How many confirmations? 44 on this, if that's significant for someone. Trust your intuition on this journey. So basically, that's somebody that's been gaslit, and then you have to book a session. You don't have to, but if you resonate, if you book a session, guess what will flood through? The motherfucking truth. Isn't that interesting that I chose to say motherfucking truth? I don't say that all the time, but when I do, it's usually relevant. Truth is different at different levels of consciousness, reserved judgment. Because the thing is that it's like, if people have had difficult experiences with their actual mum, like I said, it's complicated. It's not always going to be that somebody's been like, this big bad baddie. They could have, whatever that is, and picking up on somebody's withheld some sort of information, they could have thought they were doing the right thing. And then clearly in hindsight, well, it wasn't. Whatever it is, I can tell it's not the right thing, but it doesn't always need to be sinister, but I don't know. That's none of my business. I'm tapping out of that. Right, so I've picked up the Mary Magdalene cards now. So if the Rosalind Chapel comes out, we're going to be creeping people out, including me, but they do it all the time. What have we got for what do we need to know about the future of this union then? I wonder if there's going to be any there's card like I wonder if that Jesus card's going to come out. The one where he's on his own. No, it's Mary Magdalene. Oh, I don't believe this. Is that 5 times now? Or 6 times? And I think boom, 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 I want you in my room. Let's spend the night together, together in my room. It is. Boom, 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 boom. Now I need to, so you know I'm telling the truth, right? I said that earlier that came up. So let's spend the night together. Somebody wants to see you soon. 21. I am the Grail. Hold on to your power. Notice it's Mary Magdalene, and it's not that weird that I've pulled out Mary Magdalene because this is a Mary Magdalene deck, just to keep it, we're in Virgo season. Let's keep it grounded here. But there is a Mary Magdalene in that one. We'll shuffle and see if she comes out again. You need to stand in your power. It's 21, it's the end of a karmic lesson. We got the card about karmic lesson with the ancestral. I'm saying they've prepared me that when I return at the start of November, I need to be in my strength, which I will be because that's my first house, to help people through very difficult mother-father healing. We can see with what's come up here. But I'm always helping people with that, but it'll just be a whole group of people will be going through the same stuff. And because it's anonymous, I'll be able to say, yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I felt is what it is. But I trust my guides. That's what they're saying. That's what's going to come my way. That's what I feel is going to come my way. So remember, book in now if you feel like you need to. Well, thank you, Eli. Are you new? Or are you somebody that's because I'm on at 3 in the morning? I'm just checking. Um, so hold on to your power. Yeah. If you're a feminine energy though, I think it's obvious why you need to hold on to your power. You need to hold on to your own power in the situation when you are with your masculine and not it just means like don't hold your truth back. You need to speak your truth and trust that yeah, you both basically you need to speak your truth. You both need to speak your truth. Don't hold your truth back. But you don't need to go in either, is the point, right? But it's like but you need to hold on to your power because this like your masculine's going through a lot, like and you need to hold on to your power to help them. Sophia Christ Infinity, absolutely. Right, let's see. What else? The calling. And look how many times I said that when Beck said earlier, like, I don't know how you've lasted this long, to be honest. It's my calling. The calling. You're beckoned. But I feel that's why it was coming through about into the unknown. Like, because although at some points it's like, I'm blocking out your whatever secret siren and block it. That can be about the karmic. Like, I'm blocking you out. But if we're talking about twin flames talking to each other, it's like, it's not something bad. It's like you're being called by your true feminine. You're being called by your own inner feminine energy if you're the masculine. And this person gets that now. And they just want peace. No wonder we what I've tuned. I always end up saying that, but no wonder what I've tuned into. The mother, the daughter, and the wifey. Yeah. Oh God. That's weird, right? While I was shuffling, I saw my favourite card, which has got Mary Magdalene and Jesus both on it. Which I always say I think there's five cards out of all of them that they're both on it. And I just seen two of them, and the other one was True Love Cannot Hide. And that's where it brings out all the jealousy of people around you. Remember that boom, 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 I want you in my room's on too. So it's like you've got a really magnetic chemistry, and people can tell that, the minute you're going to be alone, you're probably going to be getting it on. Not all the time, but that's, it's like that kind of chemistry. And also, Mars is very soon to go into Scorpio. I've got Mars in Scorpio. But you know what I mean? It is that desire, alluring sort of energy, transformation. But you're going to be together. The calling, because they're being called to you. They don't know how it's going to work out, but they're being called to you, or you're being called to your feminine. The unknown journey. Embrace the unfamiliar. I'm done. I'm absolutely fucking done. If people don't understand by now what I mean when I say they talk through me, Oracle of Delphi, that is what I'm very connected to as well. That kind of energy that was said to me so many fucking years ago now, I've lost count, that Apollo, god of the sun, Oracle of Delphi, you know what I mean? And it's obvious the way I say it, and it's like, I don't watch anyone else. It's like God is speaking through me. The way I say it like that, because it even annoys me, but it just comes out of my mouth. Right, okay, so moving on. Um, but the same thing. The point is, the same message keeps coming through. There's an unknown journey that you need to follow, masculine, whether you're male or female. It's like, you find that, what is it? The staircase only lights up if you take each step. And it just so happens that this group of people, the next step is you've stood up to the people you need to, and then Bring It On has just come on the TV because it's an advert for the film. Bring It On. You need to take the big leap of faith now. Unless you're in the part of the journey where you're healing, just, I don't know what part you're in. Right, let's give this another wee shuffle. See if Mary wants to make an appearance. If not, well, what else do we need to know about the future of this union? So, Mary Magdalene and Jesus are guiding you into union because that's why apparently these flowers needed to be here for it. And you would feel very connected to the sisterhood of the rose, any of the things I've spoke about, blue rose codes, what else, whatever, all the different things. It's the divine director, intervention and purpose. Even the fact that I'm wearing blue, I don't know if you can see this. Is blue. Divine intervention is occurring. Know that you're being guided. Happiness is your purpose. You're being guided to each other in all the right places. Has just come on. Brigid inner strength, right now. This is so interesting, right? Because like that energy is coming through really strongly. So yeah, Brigid inner strength. Move back to wholeness. Recognize that you have the power. So, bringing about some inner fire Celtic goddess, you're being guided to your purpose, and your purpose is your twin flame, your happiness. It's all going on. You've got to find it within, though. You know what I mean? Um, right. New Earth message. Oh no, I want some lovey cards before I go on. We've made it this far. We've made it this far. We can't stop now. Where's the? Uh-oh. This has got a mother card in it. Why have I picked this up? Still listening. I listen to the music you've shared with me. It helps me connect with you, although we're apart. Did I not say that at some point in this? That this person's here in mute? Oh my god. I think it was in Mediumship Monday that I pulled that card that's got something about you stay on my mind, and then it reminds me of the Disciples song. The Disciples, and then it reminds me of Mary Magdalene and Jesus. Yeah, but this, we always hear songs in the Twin Flame journey, but this person's connecting through music. They're sending you songs too, spoiling you. I want to give you the good life. Oh, so that's interesting. This card's got bad ones in it, and none of them are coming out. I want to give you the good life. I want to spoil you with gifts and trips, everything you could ever need or want. You deserve nothing less. So that's this person's dream fantasy, whether in a place to do that or not. Now that's what they're aiming for. Again, with some people that could have been the hold up. I know that's really triggering if you're on the receiving end, because you're not going to care about stuff like that. That's what the karmic energy is. The divine feminines aren't like that. But that's even more reason why be open to receive. Because you're not, see, that's the law of attraction. Again, I'm not big on talking about that all the time, but that is true. Because you're not chasing it, that's truly what I don't chase, I attract means. You're not obsessed with money, and you'd be just as happy walking in the rain with this person, going, doing things that don't cost money, or just rolling about on a Sunday afternoon with the rain outside. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need fancy trips and holidays and whatever else. But just because you don't need it doesn't mean you don't fucking deserve it. And the right person would recognize that one. Especially if you've never had any of that. Especially if they've spent their money on fake smiles. Do you know what I'm saying? Exactly. Hashtag facts. But, but obsessed. I think I'm obsessed with you. I think about you all the time, stalk your socials, and I hope I run into you when about. This person already said that they hope they bump into you. No one compares. No matter how many people I've met and experiences I've had, including the toxic marriage that I've just got out of, this is channeling whoever this is specific to, there's no one who compares to you. And unfortunately, that's what this karmic energy knew, and that's why there's extreme jealousy. Jealousy, I'm very jealous, I can barely stand it. That's the karmic energy. But also that's the masculine. The masculine is extremely jealous, they can barely stand it when they think about the thought that you could possibly finally have had enough and move on. But that was because I was talking about the karmic energy. That's the type of jealousy we're dealing with. That's why I saw that Mary Magdalene card. That's like the jealousy is going to be insane. The jealousy is going to be insane from people that, like, you would think would be happy for you in that. You'll see it. They won't be able to hide it. Especially any unions that are happening about now. You'll see that it's like people are like through gritted teeth. Oh my God, really? So don't tell them. Don't tell them for as long as you can until you're a wee bit more solid and you've got to know each other more. Don't tell anyone. Something to say. There's something I really want to share with you. I'm waiting for the right time to tell you. Well, if it's this whole story, it's I married somebody that was extremely fake and fooled me and people around me. What's that song about? I got five on it. Da, 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 da. I got five on it. I like that, but I don't know what it's about. Um, do, 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 do. The lyrics are probably going to be irrelevant, but um, yeah, I've got to tell you all of that, but it's behind me, and if you forgive me, can we move on? So if it's that specific to everyone, then fuck no, my prayers are with you, but you will be able to move through it. But um, let's now get some. So tell me what else. One of the wee romantic ones has come out. My love is like an ocean, forever longing for your shore. Is that just me or is that? Moving on. You're an eternal ocean of love. I close my eyes and my heart is filled with rose quartz light. That's interesting because I always lead people along a rose quartz path when I'm doing the shamanic journey. If you've followed my shamanic journeys, right? New beginning. A new adventure awaits when you go into the unknown. I added that bit in. A new adventure awaits. Embrace it and live your dreams passionately. The dove is also God energy, Holy Spirit, which is what I am channeling the whole time. I am just merely passing on the message. I'm just quite I don't know what I was going to say there. I am just incarnate as quite an entertaining vessel, if I don't say so myself. That's my Leo midheaven. My worst thing would be if well, some people will, that's the thing, some people will find this boring, and I actually am on board with you. If you're not on the twin flame journey, you will find it boring. But, no, I don't know. Some people do watch and they're not. It's they just like the company, because I'm good banter, do you know what I mean? But anyway, um, we're gonna end it with one more, and what's the new Earth energy? Oh my God, what the fuck? I feel I want to go to that too. That's the deck I just used, but when I picked up those cards, I didn't pick that one up. And then when I've just picked up the last deck, I've picked that up. Soon, I'm going to contact you soon. Well, sorry. Have I just been the messenger to prepare people for what might be coming your way? Yeah. Person's going to contact you soon. If it's anything remotely like what I've just read, like, I'd be fascinated to find out if I've just, all I know is I have read someone's story. Whether they find that or not, that's none of my business. But we're putting out to God and the guides that the people that need to find it, find it. Nothing has gone wrong. Trust the process. Oh my God, trust again. Trust the process. This connection is divinely timed. Yes, this person's your soulmate, your sacred, your connection's sacred. Soulmate means twin flame. There is a twin flame card too, but I think that's even part of the message. I think this is like that card in that other deck that's like, oh, there's many people. There's not just one soulmate. Like this masculine, when they were in that energy, tried to tell themselves, yeah, I know I've got a connection with that person, but it wouldn't work for X, Y, Z. And they've allowed other people to make them think that too. Think that, not feel that, notice I said. They made them think that. They got into their mind, they planted the bad seed, but they didn't make them feel that. The person's feelings have always been with you. Well, right, okay, so what's the new earth? Oh, there's answers already. Sexual wisdom. Yeah, there's going to be a sexual union. So, yes, Kadesh. I don't really know how to say that, but Kadesh, sexual wisdom. I think you're going to be having some tantric classes together with nobody there, kind of thing, teaching each other. Life force energy, Cain. But even that, like, look, that looks like a twin flame power couple. That does look like a king that's going to their queen. And the song that's on is Too Hot. Right as I've pulled sexual wisdom, a song called Too Hot is on. And there's a couple getting it on. What is that? It looks like Coolio. Too hot. Don't know how that goes. Oh, Cali Math does not fuck about. Yeah, stand your ground. Yeah, you're going to need to stand your ground with your fiercest energy because Cali Ma doesn't fuck about. I said at the start, I'm a divine feminine energy where I'm very soft and strong. I'm very unconditionally loving and very Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary, very gentle, soft. Other energies too, Lady Portia. Oh, legal justice, that came into a lot of this. The white feather of truth, Matt, all that kind of energy. Um, but I'm also can bring in that Kali and Goddess Isis, and these are energies you don't fuck with. But it's for good reason, you know what I mean? It's like um Goddess Isis is also the goddess of fertility. There's a lot about children, and then there's the Ankh fell off at the start. That's the key to life, masculine, feminine. There's loads of synchronicity here, but that is really. I feel this is mainly about the masculine is currently standing up or has had to stand up to a karmic energy and family in some cases, or it could be in some cases it could be the family are supporting the masculine against a karmic energy, but that's not mainly what came through here. So just know that, like, use your common sense. It's not going to be everyone's, but spiritual transformation. It's all part of your spiritual transformation if you're the masculine or your person's. Persephone, new beginning. Oh my God. I knew they were going to do that because I mentioned them. Right, I'm leaving you. Maybe some people quite freaked out because this is I've got hundreds of decks, right? Hundreds. Too many, but I've got hundreds because I've collected them since I was 15 and I'm 41. This is the only deck that has got this guide in it, God, and I just mentioned them. Apollo, Divine Messages. And if I had that book here, I would read it because it tells you about the Oracle of Delphi, but some of you will know of it, but if you don't, you'll get why that's one of my guides because it is very much like what I do. In a past life, clearly people have come to me from all over for me to pass on the messages. And it's just not that many people come here. But do you know what I mean? If you found us, you found us in the hidden realm. But yeah, Apollo divine messages. That's what this has been. Every single time I'm doing this, divine messages that I'm passing on. Hathor soul family to the soul family. Wow. I channeled a message a few months ago. Remember, it was Goddess Hathor and Goddess Isis. And then this was really about, and this is what I mean, this is an example of not somebody copying me, but it was one of the big, massive channels. One of the guys that's been out there for ages. Literally a few days after me, he channeled a message from Goddess Isis and Goddess Hathor. And I was like, I don't even watch this guy, but I know he's like, you know what I mean? I know well, I feel he's genuine that, but I just don't, like I said, we've not got time to tune in to everyone, but I did think that was kind of nuts. So I wonder if that energy is back around. But anyway, over and out with delivering the divine messages to the soul family. I feel they have made me talk till this time because it transmutes the fuckery that is in the air on this week building up to equinox and the eclipse. Use your discernment because that is what the new moon in Virgo is all about. But I will see you on Wednesday to do Leo and Virgo. But I'm going to need to rest my sisters exactly. And you see, talking like that as well, that is very much what I mean about when you do feel connected to the sisterhood of the rose, especially, um, you feel it. You know, it's that kind of energy of competition and well, basically fake smiles energy, whoever that is. Do you know what I mean? We're not going to be fake about it because at the end of the day, we're human and we're not all living in this, magical dimension. Like I'm in very high frequency, but I can get pissed off still. And, with, just a fact. But it's like it takes a lot to really rattle me. Like it's kind of like, it's and when things do come up, I'll look at it and do the shadow. That's what we all need to do. But it's about generally speaking, you can feel when other people are in that kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like supportive kind of sisterhood and like I always like, I mean, I've always done that. It's kind of funny because I wouldn't say it in person, but I'm always like, hey, how I always write it, like, hey sis, hey bro. But I don't really like, it's not something I say, but it's natural. It just sort of comes. I do feel that is like my Mary Magdalene kind of energy when it comes. It's hard to explain, but if you've watched me for ages, you'll know what I mean. But anyway, I'm tired now, so I love it. Thank you so much. You're good. Yeah, you really seem to have resonated with a lot of that. Thank you for joining. So, music is the best way we communicate, absolutely. Right, so sleep well, everyone. And like I said, prayers for all the unions, and that's been a lot of interference, and it feels like the masculine energies have particularly went through hell. You know what I mean? And then obviously, inevitably, the divine feminine has went through hell. But again, if you're true Twinflame, haven't we all went through some type of hell? We've just went through all of our own unique types of hell. But it very much seems like we are creating heaven on earth, if you believe we are. If you fall into the old fear, old earth crumbling fear energy, you're giving energy to that. If you align with the new earth frequency, which isn't being fucking living in cloud cuckoo land, there's still fucking loads of bullshit and dark stuff going on. But just try not to be pulled into the drama, because things will try to pull you, which is why I was even mentioning wait a minute, I'm just going to pull one more card because now that I'm talking about, oh no, this is what I usually end on these higher frequency cards. Because I've mentioned before, right? Like this is another fascinating thing. These cards have been out for years, right? And I've had them for years, and I never ever see anyone. I always think that's really weird. It's like obviously a lot of people just didn't. I don't know. They weren't drawn to them. You know what I mean? But I bet now a lot more people in that. I'm always kind of like ahead of the trends kind of thing. But um. Look at this random cards here. It's not random. This is not random. This is the energy in the middle of the week, specifically Wednesday, Thursday. Just because some people are fueled by drama doesn't mean you have to attend the performance. Make your life a drama-free zone. That's what this group of masculines are doing. They're seeing through the masks, they're dropping their own masks, and they're wanting peace away from the drama. The drama starter. That was on the card. Okay, now. Right, so, but yeah, just don't attend the, because that's what I meant. Like, I caught something earlier where someone was just like mouthing off. I was like, what's this? And then I just only watched a couple of minutes of it and I come off because I was like, that's being sucked into the energy. So don't be sucked into that energy. Forgive yourself if you get pulled into it. Because I was like, oh, what's going on? And I was like, oh, I don't even care. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just prayed for like the person to calm down and I got off it. But you'll see a lot of that this week. Right, so what have we got? What do we need to know? New Earth energy. Essences and energies. There's that whale, New Earth energy to go with the dolphins that I was talking about earlier. Attuned to the subtle energies, balance frequency holders. Yeah, that is what it feels like. Those of you that may resonate with being a frequency holder, or basically that you hold like certain sort of key codes. Like that's actually I've spoke about it in this too. So that's what I mean by like I know that I get a lot of downloads and information before a lot of other people do. And there's not just me, there's other people like I get them all at the same time and it's quite a while before some other people get it. But then the thing that's not really that fair about it is then they'll get attention for putting out the message. I'm like, I got that ages ago. But I just don't hold on to it because it's like, whatever. The right, again, the soul family's right. I just see what I mean. I'm doing it in front of you. I could get really annoyed about that. But I just been like, you know what? It's not that important, the grand scale of things. The people that are meant to hear me, hear me. Um, so yeah. I feel it's similar people. I know there's people that will resonate with this, that you deliver divine messages to, and you deliver it to people that need to hear it. And don't think if you're a smaller channel as well, or even if you're like a much bigger channel than me, but you should be even bigger than that, because there's loads of people I can think that should have way more subscribers and people and comment and just engagement than what they have. But I feel you get it. You're like, it's not because you're not delivering messages that are helpful. It's because you're being targeted and hidden. But some of you are being protected because of the word protected that's come out a lot. And I know that about me. Unlock your gifts, sacred gifts, energy senses. Pure love is the key. Just keep being in unconditional love. Your time will come and you'll be ready for it. A lot of it's to do with overwhelm. You know what I mean? Like, I know for me it is. Like, I can handle when there's a few people in the chat, but if it was going really fast on that and it was full of trolls, that's why I don't like going vertical. I could have tons of views on the vid, like just for a fact, and it wouldn't. I'm not saying that in an ego way. I could have loads of views. Dressed for Success just came on. See what I mean? If I was all about that, I would just go live vertical every single day. It's obvious. I see it with other people. That's how you get the most people. But it's not the caliber of people I want to attract actually, because it's trolls. Do you know what I mean? But it's annoying because it is handy to go live vertically, and it's not always like I can think of some people I love that. Some days will be worse than others, but there is a lot of weird energy that come on when you're vertical. It doesn't do it when you're horizontal, so can't be bothered with it, you know what I mean? I was gonna do it tonight, and I thought I can't be bothered with that. It's just annoying. But anyway, what else have we got here? Transmute unconditional love, angelic ones, 144,000. Divine healing is upon you. Divine grace and divine guidance. And there's the 9, and we're in the 9 year. And I meant to say 9th month, but we are in a 9 year. That's quite funny. So yeah, 9th month of the 9 year. Just had the 9-9 portal. Fiery transformation. Radical purification. There's a 10. Wow. We're going from the 9th month to the 10th month soon. And we've got 9 and 10. Radical purification. Violet flame. Surrender and resurrection. Right. They're saying for me to end it there because like I said, I'm very Pluto, Scorpio energy and everything that I do. Scorpio rising. Most Scorpio that's in my chart. That's what I aim to do, is help people rise in their empowerment through soul retrieval, rising like the phoenix. That's what's in my written bit. And I transmute everything with the violet flame and the divine guidance that was flooding through. And I'm now going to say goodnight because I don't really ever feel like it's over unless I end it with them when I'm doing them because it transmutes the energy of a lot of the heavier energy. But yeah, I hope that this helps some people go to sleep or it entertained you. I just hope that you got some sort of healing. And like I said, I'm definitely going to sleep. Follow the golden rule. I don't even know what the golden rule is, guys. I think that's going to be different for different people. They just guided me to that. That's so funny. Every time I'm like, I don't even know what the golden rule is. I don't know. Be kind.
And be yourself. I want to say something from like Cinderella, and this colour is very like in Cinderella, isn't it? Be kind, have courage, and above all else, have hope. I don't know. It's something like that. It's a mixture of things like that. But perhaps all any of us ever want is to be loved for who we truly are. That's from Cinderella. Right. Good night. I will see you on Wednesday. And protect your energy. I'm sure I've got that across loud and clear. I will too. Bye. Oh, and yet, oh my God. Fuck yeah, I don't even really need to tidy this up because I'm going to my bed for there.